All right, everyone, good afternoon. Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch, back in action. Wait for some people to jump on, then we will begin our discussion. All right, welcome in, welcome in. Okie doke. All right, guys, got a little bit of phlegm today for some reason. Yeah, current look over. Pardon me. Wow, what a rough start. All right, current look over the area at this time. There's the atmospheric river, Pineapple Express. Guess where it comes from? Directly from Hawaii. First question is, are we getting hit again? Some areas will get hit by wind today, not all of us. But some of us, especially if you're Everett northward. The westerly winds today, once this system comes through. It's a little bit difficult to tell at first, but this little low pressure center here, that's our system coming in right now. Hang on, guys. Untimely text here. Just a second. Hope you're not getting sick. Yeah, that that would be unfortunate. Am I right? Wyndham Burlington, thank you for the report. So yeah, here's our area of low pressure here. This is what's going to help bring the wind to some of us today. He's moving towards central southern Vancouver Island right now. And this is the atmospheric river plume, Pineapple Express in this case, affecting northwest Oregon and parts of extreme southwest Washington at this time. But luckily, it's drying out here around this Seattle area at this time. And another untimely crash from Windy. Okay, so let's go take a look at the current windy conditions at the moment. Not too much going on initially here in the Puget Sound area. It's a little bit breezy here in the foothills, and definitely windy up here in the northwest interior and surrounding waters. We're gusting to 40 miles per hour just north of Cedro-Woolley at the moment. 47 here at Whidbey Naval Air Station, 49 over Decatur Island, San Juan County, 52 on the BC side of the strait there, and then 43 out here by New Dungeness. 41 at Smith Island. There was likely a glitch earlier up here, but it was showing a 72 mile per hour wind gust up here. That was likely a false reading, because for some reason there's a station down here in Maple Valley on the hill that's been reading up to 43 miles per hour today. Probably a couple of malfunctioning stations, most likely. Hey there, everyone. Good afternoon. Power has been in and out South Hill even last night around 1 a.m. Few gusts here and there right now. Thank you for the heads up. Olympia getting big wind gusts. Entirely possible, but can't make any guarantees. Go take a look at some recent model runs, shall we? So this is the NAM forecast. This is showing a 984 millibar low, which is pretty deep. Making landfall somewhere around Vancouver Island. Let's go check to see what Windy says for the current center of pressure. Nowhere near as deep. At least this is according to the European forecast here. But it shows approximately a 990 millibar in the same area, in the area of low pressure way up here. But you can definitely see that little bent back occlusion in there, for sure. And so, yeah, let's go take a look at winds, shall we? This model usually blows the winds out of proportion a little bit. So let's take it with a grain of salt. Right now, but this is showing the high side of things. By 1 p.m., it's showing 45 here in Tacoma, 50 here in Olympia, but that's not happening right now. Which is a good sign if you don't want the wind later on. But by 3 p.m., it's showing a really high-end wind gusts of upwards of 52 plus here for the Central Sound. Some areas possibly getting up towards 55 or higher. But again, on the high end, so far this is not verifying. We go and look at current wind gusts right now. We just don't have much going on here. See, pretty much calm for the most part. If I enable all stations here, you guys can see there's not a lot going on here. So the NAM at 1 p.m. at least, yeah, this is a bust. Let's go see what the HER shows. We have the 20Z rendering right now. Currently 7 frames, but we should be in enough range to see what's going on. Yeah, this is a downtrend from the 19Z. It's a pretty substantial downtrend, which again is good news. So some areas over the sound, maybe 45 miles per hour, maybe. And here's your westerly surge too, but even the westerly surge is downtrending in recent model runs. What's the reason for this, perhaps? It potentially because the low pressure system could be coming in a little bit weaker than forecast, and it could also be pulling a little bit farther to the north than forecast too, which does happen from time to time. The forecasting, like I say, is always an enigma around here. Will AC get the windstorm? Well, this probably won't be a windstorm for most of us. Likely will not be a windstorm unless maybe you're up here in Whidbey, San Juan County, and along the Strait of Juan de Fuca here, which, oddly enough, the Strait in Port Townsend area does not have a wind advisory on it, even though they've been getting wind advisory level gusts for most of the morning already. You know, kind of an odd decision by the NWS, but I won't judge. This shows the SQUIM area getting up to 50 miles per hour by 8 p.m. later on, which again, I feel like is probably on the high side. And, you know, models were going a bit more, I would say, insane on the wind gusts in previous runs. But again, recent downtrends, because this was over 60 miles per hour right off of Smith Island, up there over the Salish Sea earlier. But we're just not seeing anything, at least reliably, even close to 60 at the moment up there. Yeah, 52. I'm gonna say take that with a grain of salt. I think the model again is just on steroids today, because we haven't seen anything remotely close to that. I want to open up my window, see what I'm seeing. Yeah, it's pretty much dead calm outside at the moment. When will the worst of it be over for Mount Vernon? Let's go see. I think the worst of it, well, your wind advisory is in effect until 11 p.m. tonight. Just a heads up. Go see if there's any recent updates here from the NWS. Most recent update was at 8:03 this morning when they did that expansion. They have the text split into several different zones. For example, this would be the area closest to the sound here. Wind advisory in effect from noon today to 7 p.m. South winds sustained 20 to 30 with gusts 45 to 50 expected. Again, eastern Kitsap County, city of Seattle here, Everett, Marysville area, east side King County, and foothills and valley of central King County. So this would include areas like Sammamish, Issaquah, North Bend, Preston, and Snoqualmie, to name a few areas. Again, from noon today to 7 p.m. And they're forecasting on the high side here, just in case. A lot of areas outdid the expectations yesterday morning, and a lot of areas by a mile, like close to 60 miles per hour in Graham was not even close to what the models were showing. And this is for the northwest interior and the islands here of the Salish Sea. Remains in effect until 11 p.m. So this does include you, western Skagit County, as well as western Whatcom County and northwestern Snohomish counties. South winds 15 to 25 sustained, gusts upwards of 50 to 55 until 11 p.m. again. And then the last zone here, this is the southwest interior, South Sound, and the coast. Wind advisory remains in effect until 7 p.m. Southwest winds down here, 15 to 25. Yeah, what is going on here? Sorry, I'm seeing a lot of Discord in my Discord, quite literally. All right, let's not worry about that right now. But gusts up to 45 to 50, again on the higher end of things. Now, this is in case models like the NAM actually do verify, which is not looking likely now. At least the timing could be off too. Timing has been a big issue with these model runs as of recent, as we noticed. On getting confused with the days here, but Monday afternoon, it took like 6 hours after the initial guesstimation of wind for us to get some wind down here in the South Sound. And it lasted well into the night. But then yesterday morning, Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, winds were about an hour or two late, and they stuck around for longer than anticipated. So again, timing is a crucial issue with these model runs. So just heads up, it may not exactly occur within the exact given time, but I usually give a safety rule of about plus or minus 1 to 2 hours on either side, just to accommodate for that. All right, guys, I see a lot of questions again. I'll try to get to as many questions as I can, but just one person here, so I'll see what I can do to try to get to as many of your questions as possible. And I guess let's go take a look at current pressure observations too while we're at it. We can approximate where the center of low pressure is. This station always reads out of due west for some reason. But you can tell the center of low pressure is somewhere around here. There's not too many buoys that report, but you can tell this one's out of the southeast, this one's out of the southwest, and this one's out of the east. Or southeast. This one's out of the southeast. You can tell the counterclockwise rotation means the center of low pressure is somewhere in this area, this blob right here. So you're rating just shy of 990 there. About 990 off the coast, 991 down here, 987 up here. So most likely the center of low pressure is somewhere between Vancouver Island and La Push right now, moving off to the northeast. But you can tell most of these winds are still offshore here off the coast, or off of the Salish Sea. So we're still not quite within the range of the westerly surge yet. The strong winds will continue out of the south or southeast up here until that westerly surge, which should be sometime around 6 p.m. for us. Now, likely, either way, the models agree that it's going to be a blustery one for downtown Seattle for the game tonight. This is around 6 p.m. And again, downtown Seattle showing between 35 to 40 mile per hour gusts from the south. Yeah, what will the wind speeds be in Coupeville? Again, could be on the high side of things, but I estimate probably around 45 to 50 miles per hour. This would be sometime around 7 or 8 p.m. tonight, plus or minus 1 to 2 hours. Wet and rainy East Lewis County. Never seen so much standing water everywhere in my home. Oh, I believe it. Yeah, Lewis County, you're on the north end of this atmospheric river, so don't be surprised if some of these rivers go in the bank full stage, possibly even minor flood stage. Although you are not included in that flood watch anymore for the rivers. Just a heads up. Flood watch only remains in effect for King, Pierce, Thurston, and Grace Harbor counties. All other counties were canceled. Alright guys, my sinuses started to swell all of a sudden, so sounding a little hoarse. Yeah, hopefully I'm not getting sick. That would be a shame because I've been around some sick family members the last week or so. I had a couple exposures, so hopefully that's not the case. Okay, Mary Jo Stoliker, thank you for becoming a page subscriber here on Facebook. Appreciate that. Yeah, I just made a new subscriber post here in the last hour and a half, hour or so, talking about the upcoming pattern for potentially for New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, although it's more of a reach at this moment. I call it the fantasy forecast. That's what a lot of us weather guys here in the Pacific Northwest call it. Really, anything past 3 days is purely fantasy. And a lot of times within 3 days, it's also fantasy. See, breezy conditions continue through Friday and Saturday, but none of those impactful winds. It's a really, really steady breeze at times. Really, the truth is we just have to get through this afternoon, and then we should be in the clear for the extended as of right now. And again, this is what the European's showing for 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. today. He's showing strong winds here with a westerly surge. This would be closer to 4 p.m. But around 50 miles per hour for Coupeville, around 45 for Oak Harbor. 30 to 40 here. Europeans on the lower end, and so far it's looking like this is going to be the case, which would be a saving grace for a lot of us. Port Orchard area also looking kind of on the lower end here, teetering between 30 to 35. The 40 would likely be over the water. Strongest winds most likely today are going to be over the water. But I've heard some reports of stronger breezes further inland, like Enumclaw and Eatonville, for example. And then it really just shows breezes for the most part. That would be a nice, pretty strong windstorm going into eastern Washington again. This is Christmas Eve. Again, showing a rather calm day on Christmas as of right now. This is what we'd have to watch for early in the morning on New Year's Day. As of right now, I don't think any previous model run has showed this. No, see, I went to the last model run in this range, and it's not even close. So it could just be the Euro on steroids again, potentially. Again, I made a post addressing this and the atmospheric river potential that's just now showing up on the long-range forecast for New Year's. But again, take it with a grain of salt. It likely will not happen like that. Yeah, so someone asked about Yelm. Yelm's not looking too terrible. Maybe some wind gusts close to 40 here very shortly, but outside of that, not terribly impactful for the southwest interior. These were some of the original spots in the wind advisory, and I think they easily could have left the southwest interior out of the wind advisory had they wanted to, because I just don't see anything super impactful really in any of the models. Maybe the NAM. Let's go check the NAM again. Yeah, then again, the NAM tends to overdo some things. This model hasn't had much input change to it in the last few years, and is actually on the slate for replacement by another model early this next year, sometime around Q1, Q2. This model is going to be taken out of commission. Because, yeah, I think I'm not seeing any guidance right now that wind gusts are going to get up to this strength in Seattle. This would be a couple hours before the game, too. And during the game, breezy, blustery at times. But, again, I think the NAM is just on the roids again. But, only time will tell. Anyhow, again, the NAM also not showing anything impactful over the next 2.5 day period. Breezy, yes. Maybe blustery at times over the foothills, but outside of that, we really don't have much in terms of wind to look at. Finally, a break in the pattern at long last. well-deserved break in the pattern, very likely coming up. And rain passing showers on Friday and Saturday as well. So the steady rain, outside of a few passing heavy showers, comes to an end this weekend. Again, a sigh of relief coming up, finally. It's about time. The hard rain's supposed to stick around the entire day through the Seahawks game time in Seattle. The steady rain for the South Sound is likely to come to an end by then. And then the rain shadow really prevails over downtown Seattle. Maybe a few passing showers during the game, but it's more or less going to be breezy. See, we also have the convergence zone forming, but this is likely going to be later at night after the game is wrapped up. At around 9 o'clock p.m., it has the convergence zone over in Snohomish County, and then has it progressively sliding down towards Snoqualmie Pass here, which this, with the snow levels as low as they are right now, would definitely drag the snow level back down under the passes here, and potentially bring heavy snow to Snoqualmie tonight. What about Everett? Well, Everett, right now, you are in the wind advisory, just a heads up. A good majority of the Puget Sound is in the wind advisory, but not all of us. Again, they expanded the wind advisory to the central King County foothills here, east side King County, the Everett area, Linwood area, right down here, east Kitsap County, including Bainbridge Island, Silverdale, Paulsbo, Bremerton, Port Orchard. And yeah, that's about it. Everything else was hanging around before, including the Pierce and King County foothills right here. But originally, North Bend, Snoqualmie, Issaquah areas, you weren't included in the original alert. A lot of these zones here were from an expansion. So they expanded the general central and north sound area and the surrounding foothills here, but not the foothills of Snohomish County. They don't expect impactful winds over Snohomish County. At least over the foothills of Snohomish County this time around. Yeah, again, we're not seeing those impactful winds. And usually a trend I've noticed is sometimes the models will have a hit and then a miss right after. Now, we usually don't get 2 straight hits on the models. They usually spice things up and decide, okay, you get a model verification, and then the model completely busts the next event. That's just what I've noticed. You can never have 2 wins next to each other. I'm not saying 2 wins, but wins, like W's. Yeah, kickoff for the game is likely to be nasty, for sure. Most likely some passing showers by then. Like I said, the heaviest of rains should begin to wrap up by game time, but the winds in that area are going to be pretty strong. It's probably not going to be fun to kick the ball, so hopefully we don't have to rely on too many field goals tonight. What about Buckley? Yeah, I've heard some reports in your areas. A lot of Buckley still doesn't have power from what I checked. Yeah, I still have the PSC map loaded up here. The good news is we're under 30,000. But yeah, a lot of that area is still in the dark. The parts of Buckley here, South Prairie, East Bonnie Lake area, Burnett, Wilkeson, Carbonado, Fairfax. Power's still out in your area. Now, Crocker area down here near Ording. Even parts of Ording here on the south end. Going up towards Electron, still out of power at the moment. Thurston County got hit pretty good. And southeast Thurston County here is still in the dark. Going up the Crystal here. Maybe Crystal Mountain itself, I believe, still has power. But the road going up the Crystal here and Greenwater area are still in the dark. And same with Lester up to Stampede over Stampede Pass as well, still in the dark. But Snoqualmie is back up. And geez, just look at South Whidbey. South Whidbey had extensive damage, and once again, they're getting those blustery wind gusts tonight. But on recent model runs, again, the westerly surge is not looking nearly as impactful, which is great, great news. 20.74 inches of rain in Federal Way since October 1st. That's what Matthew Fab of Western Washington Weather said. That's mind-boggling. Definitely not ending the year dry, that's for sure. Western Skagit County is doing better with the power outages, and they've got pretty much all of Western Whatcom fixed. Just some scattered power outages here and there. A lot of these are 1 to 10 customers. But it's the scattered power outages in Whidbey Island that are still kind of a problem. And Eastern Pierce and a lot of Thurston got smacked yesterday morning. Excuse me. Off subject, how is Zoo Lights? Thinking about going after Christmas. Yeah, Zoo Lights was great. It's just as I remember it from when I last went when I was 15. I am 26 now, so that tells you how long it's been since I've gone. One place I haven't been to in a long time is Fantasy Lights down here in Spanaway. I haven't been there since 2009. Think I'm overdue? I was supposed to go about a week ago or so, but it got canceled due to weather. Go figure. Yeah, we're hoping to see these power outages fixed and hopefully not too many impacts with the wind today. And right now, we're not seeing anything too crazy down here in the Sound. It's staying mainly here over the northwest waters at this time. But again, it could just be waking up. The models may not be on time with this. Again, timing's usually a pretty big issue with these models. This would be on the high end of things, and this would be in the next hour and a half. But so far, the NAM has not verified down here. See, it showed 45 mile per hour gusts. If we go back to 1 p.m. here on the prediction, 45 to 50 down here, and we haven't even seen anything really above 20, maybe 30. Even that's pushing it. So again, I think the NAM just drank a little too much coffee this morning. Yeah, people still without power in East Louis. Yeah, that's courtesy of Louis PUD, for sure. And someone else asking about Lewis County. Not looking severely impactful for Lewis County. Winds will start out of the south. So, yeah, winds will start out of the south, and then they should shift to southwest. And by the time they shift to southwest, this general corridor of I-5 here should be wind shadowed by the Willapa Hills and the Black Hills. Should be. See, the NAM has a massive 983 millibar low over Vancouver Island. But the pressure gradient itself is not too impressive. We don't have any nearby high pressure to really exacerbate that pressure gradient. It's just an area of low pressure all by itself. You know, there's no other factors that can contract a tighter pressure gradient around. So any pressure rises around here should not be nearly as strong as we saw yesterday morning. Yesterday morning was mind-boggling how quick the pressure rise was going up and how sharply it was. But I'm not anticipating any major impacts for Lewis or Thurston counties. Again, barring anything stupid that happens, I'm not anticipating any major impacts. South King still raining in, a little bit windy. Trees aren't moving one bit here in Milton. I can literally see the county line right out my window. I could go out and touch it if I wanted to. That's how close I am to it. I'm on the Pierce County side. All right, let's see here. All right. Hey there, Sonia. Welcome back. Good to see you. Yeah, again, NAM's a little bit on the higher side, but at 3 p.m. today, showing southerly to southwesterly sustained winds around the Sound between approximately 15 to 25 knots. This is about 20 to 30 miles per hour or so, roughly. And wind gusts, again, a little bit on the higher side. I would not sweat what you're seeing on the screen right now. You'll see, okay, 21Z should be rendering here soon, but the 20Z her definitely backed off dramatically here for the Seattle area. It even backs off quite a bit on the westerly surge. Sorry guys, taking care of a few things outside of the stream here. Yeah, the Her has the westerly surge beginning for West Beach to Whidbey Island between 5 and 6 p.m. But nowhere near as impactful as we saw yesterday morning. Like, not even close. Some models don't even show 50 miles per hour for the island, which would be, again, a big time saving grace for you guys. But it does have some of these winds working their way into Everett later tonight at 9 p.m. And the potential for maybe some stronger winds off the coast of the Strait of Juan de Fuca overnight. But relatively short-lived. And then the breeze dies down as we go into the early morning hours tomorrow. So most likely a much-needed break coming up this weekend for all of us around Western Washington. When are the winds going to fall Enumclaw Buckley area? Yeah, like I said, that area's not looking too impactful. 40 miles per hour, yeah, that is up there. And with the soil being as wet as it is. Weird. Sorry guys, I'm just in talks about a side job at my mom's work. Doing a little bit of networking, possibly. Yeah, so again, in recent model runs, it's not looking super impactful for us. Then again, this area really outperformed the models yesterday morning. So, I just have to hint at that there is a possibility that maybe the wind gusts could be higher than what we're seeing up here. Maybe. But it's kind of an outside chance at the moment. We just don't have nearly as close of an impactful pressure gradient as we did the other night. Yeah, you just don't have the lines super close together. You have maybe a 4 millibar gradient between Chehalis and Everett, but that's nothing to sweat over. They may get a little windy up here, perhaps, about a 4 millibar gradient over the Olympic Mountains. Entirely possible, maybe have a little low-end leeward low form up here, but that won't bring too much wind. Nowhere near what we saw on Monday or yesterday morning, almost certainly. I'm just not seeing any model that consistently shows big wind. So I think right now we have a hunch that we may be able to get out of this relatively, I wouldn't say empty-handed, but without much damage. That at least is the hope. We lost a lot of trees, no real damage, but left a lot of leaners. Oh, yeah, I certainly believe it. I've seen some of the damage videos and photos, and I'm just like, oh yeah, this was definitely this will go up there as one of the more recent region-wide windstorms for sure. And overall, I think it was actually worse than October 25th for most of us, especially Whidbey Island. I mean, that was just ridiculous. up there. Hurricane force winds up on Whidbey Island when the westerly surge came through. That's just amazing. At the same time, not amazing for the people who are still in the dark and lost a lot of trees up there. You know, that's the power of nature, truly. I mean, it's nothing to sweat over for sure. All right, thank you, Joanne Parker Parrish, for becoming a subscriber here on Facebook. Appreciate that. Again, feel free to check out the most recent subscriber post I made about the potential for maybe some wind in an atmospheric river on New Year's of all days. But then again, likely to change. I'm about 98% sure that forecast will change dramatically and likely won't happen at all. I just talk about the potential, really, for these super long-range events to happen. Really, that's what most of my subscriber page is. And of course, you have other things like priority replies as well as a subscriber. Yeah, thank you to all of you who have subscribed. We're almost to 100 page supporters already here on Facebook, which is nuts. Again, thank you guys. And let's check our current audience. It's been a while since I've checked how many followers we have. 37,419. That's impressive. And if we had like a 16th of that audience subscribe altogether, we wouldn't have to worry about anything financially here in the long run. You know, I hope I can stay up streaming full time if need be. But I'm not sure. The next year is definitely uncertain, without a doubt. You know, the next year is uncertain in a lot of aspects. And I just hope this page can get enough support, mainly financially, to stay up for you guys full time. You know, that would be best case scenario. Let's go see, what does the 20Z Her want to say for precip? Yeah, again, moisture axis way south of here. But all the way up in the Mount Rainier, into the foothills here, you could definitely get some pretty good rain the next 18 hours. But a lot of this in the mountains is going to be in the form of snow, especially north of Pierce County here. So Snoqualmie Pass, the snow level is rising at the moment, but I've seen, for any of you guys who have been watching Connor Croft's live stream, he's been live streaming there on the east slopes, just over Snoqualmie Pass here in Easton, and they're getting dumped on with snow right now. Especially Stevens Pass northward. This is pretty much all going to be in the form of snow. You know, we have that cooler air mass in place now. That cold front ushered in a cooler air mass. The blizzard was definitely a bust. Connor roasted our National Weather Service for putting out that blizzard warning that never happened. Hey, Dustin says, the Cedar River has finally left my house and went back into the river. Great news. Good to hear. Said, luckily the wind skipped us. Had the wind skip some people? You know, there were some places dead center in the middle of these wind-battered areas that didn't get anything. You know, that's the power of microclimates. And again, it's going to vary every single time. It's just something that we can't predict. We simply just cannot predict it. You know, but what the model does show is a pretty substantial rain shadow. Even parts of the South Sound here, all the way up into the Bellingham area, up through the Strait of Georgia, pretty substantial rain shadow. You know, and again, this is around the time where it's going to be passing showers. So that moisture axis is going to dry out over Oregon as we go into tomorrow morning. That atmospheric river is going to move south of the area. And it's just going to pull most of the rain down with it. You know, we're still on the backside of that unstable air mass. So there's going to be some showers, but the steady rain, for the most part, is pretty much over up here in western Washington, especially north of Tacoma. It's pretty much over. Go look at upper air patterns real quick. I'm going to pull up the ensembles for this. Hang on just a moment. Something I need to look at. Huh. Oddly enough. Go take a look at radar scope radar real quick, if it'll load. This is not right now. Just a heads up. This is not right now. But radar scope on PC's having some issues. See, the velocity side loaded. But it looked like there's some sort of gravity waves or something approaching. It's a little bit funky. Just hope we can get an update here. But I don't think it's going to work, so I'm going to have to restart. See, there we go. You know, it's like these little shower fragments. They kind of look like gravity waves here on radar. But these are just some slightly stronger showers working their way into the Puget Sound right now. But like I said, the steady rain is well south of our area. You know, we're officially on the north side of the jet stream now, so cooler air mass in place, and see just relentless rain down here in Oregon. Like, geez, we are so lucky this isn't 50 miles north of us. Like 50 miles farther north, or we'd be getting this heavy rain back into the mountains of King County pretty easily. Again, just turning the scattered showers at the time. Heavy rain should be done for most of us. Go see what these. Let's go look at 24-hour average precipitation here. Again, you can see northwestern Oregon, the highlight of this one. Potential, maybe an atmospheric river sliding through. This looks fairly progressive, though. No major rainfall rates. And we're in fantasy land. We're over 11 days in the future here. But other than maybe December 28th, December 29th, we're not seeing any major impactful atmospheric rivers, which again is a very, very good sign for the future coming up. Nothing happening in Whatcom County. Will that continue? Well, Western Whatcom, Western Skagit, you're in that wind advisory until 11 p.m. So you really have until that advisory ends to determine if nothing has happened. But it looks less and less likely that anything's going to happen for Western Whatcom County tonight, which is a great sign of things. We'll look at 6-hour max wind gusts. See, the averages aren't showing too much. It's showing some stronger winds here over the foothills of Lewis, Thurston, and Pierce counties. But not too much here for most of the Puget Sound. See, it shows that westerly surge, some 50-plus mile-per-hour gusts. This would be between 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. today. See, and then some wind gusts for the Bellingham area. Again, these are averages of 50 different ensemble members in a control run, combined and then divided by 50. And again, it's just not showing any major wind coming up. It actually shows no major wind into the new year, which is a great sign, but that could change. This is why we're paying attention to these forecast models as they come in. You know, things can vary drastically. But I wanted to look at upper air patterns real quick. See, so here comes that trough that's sliding through. That's what's bringing in the potential wind threat this afternoon. And then we just stay on the north side of this jet stream for the most part. We may dip on the south side the last week of the year. But for the most part, we stay on the north side of this upper level jet here. And this allows the cooler, more unstable air mass in here. But I'm not seeing any good indications of snow coming up. For those of you who have been asking about snow, I'm not seeing any telltale signs of snow coming in. You know, when we go and look at temperatures at 5,000 feet, you usually want these really light colors here right on top of us up here in BC. But see, they're not even close. And actually, we warm up quite a bit as we go into the last week of the new year. We decrease a little bit, but not enough for a widespread snow threat. You know, I'm not seeing any good indications of snow coming up. You look at how warm that air mass is coming in with that atmospheric river, Pineapple Express. That extends all the way up here into the northern Washington Cascades too. You know, it's not terribly above average, but it's enough to where it could send Snoqualmie back into a rain fest. But, just no good indications of snow coming up. Kelsey Griffin, think the strong winds today may not play out as much. Entirely possible. Hope you have more Etsy Witch tokens. I need tonight's win to take a detour. Well, at least so far, the winds have taken a detour. No winds in Lake Stevens yet today. Let's hope today's advisory is a flop. It's too soon to say if it's a flop. The advisory's in effect for 7 p.m. for most of Western Washington. But for the Northwest Interior, it's in effect until 11 p.m. But so far, we're just not seeing anything super impactful around here. I wonder if the NWS will even consider dropping that wind advisory for some areas. But this is, again, a saving grace for a lot of us. I haven't seen the trees move once since I started this stream almost 45 minutes ago. Looks like wind advisory for South Sound was canceled, was it? I haven't gotten any updates from the NWS. No, still in effect. It is still in effect right now. Till 7 p.m. The last update on the wind advisory was 8:03 a.m. Just to make sure there was no updates. Let's refresh the page. Yeah, see, 8:03. This was the expansion to include the Central Sound into the wind advisory, and then they bumped up the max wind gusts by 5 miles per hour to 50 for us. But again, this is on the higher side of things, and if we continue to see a downtrend, this would be great news for us. But we need to wait for the 21Z HER to render. The 21Z, the 20Z, pardon me. The 20Z just doesn't show anything too concerning for our area. Yeah, blustery over Seattle during that during the game, yes, for sure. But again, nothing even close to pushing damaging around here. Even the westerly surge looks much less impressive. And again, what could cause this potentially? Couple of things could be the storm system coming in is weaker than the forecast show, or it's moving a little farther north than the forecast show. It could be either or. It could be a combination of both of the two. But I've just noticed, there's usually a trend where if we have the models verify one day, it's a bust the next. And we never usually have two verifying model days next to each other. 2 consecutive big events. Usually if we have one big wind event that the models nail, they bust the next one, and it's not even close. Anything in store, the Bonnie Lake again. Well, Bonnie Lake, again, you're still in that wind advisory till 7 p.m. So we're not quite out of the woods yet, but signs are looking good right now that we're not going to see any impactful winds around the area today. But that is as of now, and again, models didn't do good on the timing the last couple of events, so it could still happen. It could just be several hours later than forecast. If you know what I'm saying. It's just too soon to say from an observation standpoint. Because right now, the winds are relatively calm here around the Sound. Getting a little breezy here in the foothills. If we turn off all of the filters here, yeah, I'm going to turn off all the filters here and turn every gauge on that it shows. And again, just nothing going on here in the Sound right now. There's not much of a pressure gradient with this system altogether. So the red flags were showing themselves, several hours in advance. Not even several hours, several model runs. We were seeing the red flags in this system days out, too, which is why I didn't want to make any mentions about this really until right before the event. The first update was when the NWS put out the first wind advisory yesterday, late morning, early afternoon time. Someone said winds picking up in Aberdeen. Yeah, I see that. The wind gusts have been over 40 miles per hour at times for Aberdeen, surrounding areas. Little gusty up in Bellingham. Yeah, I see some 30 plus up in Bellingham. They think those westerly winds are going to be beginning here very shortly. The low is pretty deep. My friend Jonathan up there in Whidbey Island just said the low pressure is down to around 986 millibars, which is really low, and it's in the spot to bring the wind. There's just no nearby high pressure to really put a heavy pressure gradient around the area. So the pressure rise is going to be a fraction of what we saw yesterday early in the morning. We had some pressure rises 5 to 6 millibars in an hour and a half or less. That's impressive. Around here we had a pressure rise of close to 5 millibars in less than an hour. That's why we had the damaging winds in the area. Ooh, they did just put out a winter storm warning for the Cascades, though. So they upgraded the winter weather advisory to a winter storm warning for the Washington Cascades here. And then this is not in effect immediately, though. Winter weather advisory remains in effect until 7 p.m. And the winter storm warning is for tomorrow, 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday. So 4 a.m. Friday to 4 p.m. Saturday. It says winds gusting as high as 45 miles per hour. Heavy snow expected over the passes and mountains, between 1 to 2 feet at Snoqualmie and Stevens. With locations, it says, like Paradise and Mount Baker receiving closer to 2 to 3 feet. So 4 a.m. Friday to 4 p.m. Saturday, winter storm warning here for the passes. I think right now I-90 is the only pass that's open. Now I heard US 12 shut down, at least temporarily. A 45-mile section or so of US 12 shut down east of White Pass. And then something else that was brought to my attention too here. They issued another flood warning downstream of the White River Dam here, the Mud Mountain Dam for the White River. This is for the outflow because they're going to be releasing some more floodwaters here. And here's the text that it says: flood warning for a dam floodgate release in effect from this afternoon until further notice. Minor flooding is forecast downstream. And this is the area where those HESCO barriers breached just within the last couple of days. But luckily, they did a great job down there in Pacific and getting most of the water taken care of. So huge applause to the first responders and the county authorities for taking care of that in a timely manner. And we didn't see any breaches to the wall from the wind too, which is again a huge plus for them too. So again, flood warning downstream of the Mud Mountain Dam towards Sumner, including Auburn, Pacific, and Sumner until further notice, but only for minor flooding. They're not releasing it up to 10,000 cubic feet per second like they were before. They're keeping it around 8,000 cubic feet per second. It says the White River will spill over its banks below Mud Mountain Dam, producing high water that will encroach on roads and residences, particularly in the Red Creek area. It says it's within phase 3 in the King County flood system, which I believe has 5 phases. This would be 3 out of 5, which is minor flooding. Ken Moffitt, thank you for donating 100 stars. Really appreciate that. Mind giving just a very high level update on what's happening? Catch me up on things. Sure thing. Yeah, so the central pressure is somewhere right now around 986 millibars off of the coast here. Pressure's right about here, and this buoy is down to just under 986 millibars, but not seeing a huge pressure gradient around the area right now. From Whatcom County down to Thurston County, there's only about a 3 millibar gradient. That's nothing at all. Nothing to run home about. See about 995.6 down here in Olympia, 992.7 up there. That's less than a 3 millibar gradient. That's not impressive at all. It's just, the models may have been having a hard time predicting the pressure gradient and its effects on the area. We'll see, we gusted to 52 here at Hoquiam just now. Still gusting pretty good. Wind advisory level criteria winds here over Whidbey Island, Smith Island, and surrounding areas. But still, I'm surprised he didn't put the Strait of Juan de Fuca in the wind advisory. But again, I'm no NWS meteorologist, so I can't make these calls. Hey there, Brian Rock Rail fan, welcome in. Then Diana says, wind has picked up in shoreline. Thank you for the heads up. Winds on coast definitely picking up, yes. Getting breezy in Yelm, nervous. To the point there's not a chance in heck I was staying home. Oh yeah, for sure, I believe it. I saw some of those photos he posted, and yeah, the damage is catastrophic. Very sorry that happened to you down there. Ocean Shores, yeah, you're in the wind advisory. But it's only going to be in effect. I think Ocean Shores is also in effect until 7 p.m. It's getting breezy there right now, but the strongest wind is around you, not over you at this time. Sherry Goffin says, picking up here in Arlington. Yeah, we haven't seen that change over the west wind yet, so I don't think we've seen the strongest winds up north. You know, again, nothing to run home about down here in the Sound right now. The highest gust we have in the area is like 33 right now over Kingston. That's about it. That's nowhere even close to what the models are showing for this time. You know, could it be a little later on set? Yeah, absolutely, it could. But I can't make these guarantees. You know, there's too many wild cards at play here. This is why we're watching all of this in real time before the game. Trees starting to move in Olalla. Yeah, someone just said, been super calm so far. Been windy in Eatonville. And I don't think the Europeans even close on what we're seeing right now, because observations have the pressure way lower out here. And our center of low pressure is actually somewhere right in here right now. You can see the drastic difference between the upper and lower level clouds here. This is the center of low pressure, and then the front is somewhere down in here, as far as I can see. Now, again, we're not seeing anything super impactful at the moment. Look, so you can see it much better here on the surface wind map. Right down here, this is your approximate center of low pressure. Let's put this into motion here real quick. 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m. See that low pressure moves in the westerly surge right behind it. It's not showing anything major here for the lowlands. Now, again, I think that wind advisory was just for precautionary calls because of how wet the soil is. Again, it doesn't take much to uproot these trees with the shallow roots. We saw how shallow the roots were in some of the photos people have shared. Yeah, this is where the convergence zone would be forming in the wake of that wind shadow right there. And then again, these are sustained winds. Let's make sure we're on gusts. Yeah, that's much different. Now you can see the frontal system a little better here when I switch to gusts. So 3 p.m., 4 p.m. Winds start picking up here around Seattle a little bit, around 4 p.m. 5 p.m., right around the start of game time, definitely picking up noticeably here. Look, you're running the butter knife through that front. That sharp frontal cutoff there. And 6 p.m., still a little bit breezy here, but the winds should be out of the west by 5 or 6 p.m. if you're north of Everett, and then out of the southwest down here south of there, and out of the west along the coast here. But again, it's not looking super impressive right now. We're just issued out of precaution because the wind yesterday morning could have weakened some of these trees too, and this wind, depending on if it verifies or not, could be a finishing blow to a number of these trees in the area. But it's not looking super impactful right now. So again, the NWS likely just doing that out of precaution. But not seeing anything, again, that screams windstorm right now for the Puget Sound. And it hasn't been showing any strong windstorms for this time over the last few days. So wind, yes, but nothing too major. Now, that's why they held off, for example, on possibly issuing high wind warnings for Whidbey Island and Port Townsend and the Strait of Juan de Fuca. You know, I think it's a little conservative. But I think the NWS is in the right this time, being conservative. Just don't see any huge red flags with this forecast. Could that change in the near term? Absolutely, yes. That's why we're watching things right now to see if any of these wind gusts suddenly kick up around the area. Right now, the gustiest areas are the coast and the northwest waters, like they usually are. Nothing out of the ordinary right now for the Puget Sound. Thank you, Vicky Berg 5236 for becoming a member here on YouTube. You'd like me to send you the photo of the root ball from the giant one that fell in my neighborhood? Yeah, sure, feel free. How about SeaTac Seattle area? Lights flickering at the Narrows already, but the wind isn't doing much here locally. Yeah, there's really nothing going on with the wind right now in the Narrows, but flickering lights already, that's a little concerning. Again, I haven't seen a single branch move outside in the last hour. It's just dead silent. When the models were just showing it going completely whack right now. The NAM. NAM was showing 45 to 50 here at this time and not even a breeze. These busts happen and we just have to be ready just in case. There are going to be some angry people for sure. There are going to be some angry people and they're going to blame me for this. I'm ready for it. Just going to say it happens. You just have to be ready for it. New HER model run. Let's see. Has the 21Z started? Yes, it has. We're out to 4 hours. So, see what it shows. This is for 1 p.m. Doing a much better job for 1 p.m. showing no wind. Let's see for 2 p.m. It's doing an all right job here in the northwest waters, and it's underdoing the Hoquiam area because see we just gusted the 52 here at Hoquiam, so it's underdoing the coast right now. Just about right on with the northwest waters, but again overdoing parts of the Sound. See, it's showing Bremerton and Port Orchard up to 40 miles per hour, and we have what? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Down here at Tacoma, around 30 miles per hour, nothing right now. It has the Central Sound hanging on around 40 miles per hour by 4 p.m., maybe 45 in downtown Seattle. And it goes out to 5 p.m. right now, game time. And it has blustery conditions for SeaTac northward, west over the Vashon, and points like Manchester State Park, for example. But will it verify? That is the question. Clear a lot of this junk. I'm going to keep the minimum at 20 right now. We'll filter out anything for wind gusts below 20 miles per hour. Just as a safety precaution. Would you email or message to the page? Yeah, whichever one you want to do. You can either DM the page, you can DM Puget Sound Stormwatch, or you can tag me in a post on your Facebook too. Just tag Puget Sound Stormwatch. So either one of those two, if you're on Facebook, would be preferred. Gusty here, powers flickering, Eatonville area. Shocked it's not showing much on radar. Yeah, you're not going to see much wind on radar if you don't have much for shower activity. Flickering lights in Aberdeen. Yeah, wind's howling in Aberdeen right now. Some winds here in East, fierce. Nothing like the other day. Lights also flickering. Just got our power back on 15 minutes ago. That's great to hear. That is great news. Yeah, and someone brought up a good point too. The flickering could be from them turning on different zones of power, and you just get that small little disruption in the flow of power to your house, but it's barely noticeable. Maybe a little flicker, possibly a little surge. It could just be the crews out there bringing these areas back online, and the grid is correcting for that. That's probably what it is. But yeah, no winds over Steilacoom either. Yeah, again, I can't say we're completely out of the woods quite yet. I'm not 100% confident that we're completely out of the woods. The model struggled on the timing. Like I said, again, Monday nights when I went to Zoo Lights, we weren't supposed to have the winds affect us at Zoo Lights, but it was whipping up there at the end of the straight. 40, maybe even 50 mile per hour gusts that time. Like 6 to 9 hours behind schedule. You know, the models don't always do a great job on timing. The timing could just be off and it could still happen. But it also could be the case where the model's a bust altogether. The timing's right, but the wind gusts just aren't near as close as they were predicted for this time. Janet Jackson says flickering lights in Puyallup. Yeah, again, not too much wind around the area. It's most likely just the power crews bringing on these areas that are out, putting them back onto the power grid, and you just have a little bit of a surge to compensate for it. Huh. We actually went up a little under 1,000 since the last update. Did this area just go out? Yeah, it did. Just lost 3,000 people around 5 minutes ago or so. Miramont neighborhood. Issaquah down the Tiger Mountain, including Highway 18 to 169. Cedar Grove neighborhood. Miramont Estates. Just lost power here along Issaquah-Hobart Road. Hobart-Issaquah Road. Down in the front street in Issaquah. And there might have been a gust there. Might have been a very localized gust there. Outside of that, we lost 3,000, but they brought 2,000 back online. Rumors that the westerly surge is going to be 50 to 60. Is that true? Too soon to make that call. We'll have to wait for real-time observations. But right now, let's check the current 21Z here. It's got around 45 to 50, not much higher than that. Could it go higher than that? Yes, there's a chance. But it's too soon to make that call. Send them to the page DMs. Ashley, is it okay if I share that here on the stream with credit to you? Let me go check them out first. I'm reading the NOAA map correctly. North Pointers, Halis, Skookumchuck are both in yellow. Ashley says absolutely. Okay, let me pull up some of these photos here real quick. The heads up, these are going to be a little bit hard to see for you guys. Yeah, these were sent in by Ashley Getz down in the Yelm Roy area. Let me see if I can zoom in just a tad bit for you guys here. Yeah, look at that. At least 2 full-size trees brought down on her property. That didn't work out. Yeah, look at that root ball. Those roots are pretty shallow. It really doesn't take much, especially when the ground is liquid. It doesn't take much to blow these trees over. But she sustained a lot of damage on her property. You know, that's going to take a while to clean up. That's going to cost a lot of money. I definitely feel bad for you for sure. Few 100-foot tall fir with 2 trees coming out of one root ball. Winds came out of the Roy area from the windstorm Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. Yeah, that's crazy. Thank you for sharing with me, for sure. And I hope you guys are able to recover from that fairly quickly. All right, let's see a few things here. Monroe Sultan area, you're not in the wind advisory. So the National Weather Service has less confidence that you'll see impactful winds this afternoon and nighttime. McCleary lost power yesterday, got power back, and then had equipment failure, which caused power to go out and for longer. Hope the wind is behind us for now. Again, too soon to say. The wind advisory is in effect until 7 tonight for a majority of our area. 11 p.m. if you're north of Everett. Just a heads up. But if we have no wind until then we can officially call this a bust. But it's too soon right now. Based off what I'm seeing on Windy, all the models are signaling some kind of wind increase now, whereas earlier today, some models had the wind, others did not. Perhaps it is behind estimates. Yeah, again, I brought that up as a wild card earlier, that timing with the winds could be an issue. Models typically have issues with the timing on this. Like I was saying, for Monday night, down here in the Tacoma area, I was at Point Defiance at Zoo Lights, and the winds were just whipping the entire time when they should have already been non-existent by the time night fell around the area. But it just whipped on us the entire time. Close to 50 mile per hour gusts in Point Defiance downstream of the strait. If you know what I mean. And the models I don't think any model showed winds at that time. So we do have those discrepancies from time to time. It happens. We just don't know when to predict when it's going to happen. So, yeah, like I say, it's not over until it's over. It's too soon to make that depiction right now. Just way too soon. Right. Yeah, I still don't see a single tree branch moving. Honestly, between that and the half a tree that fell on my mom's car, we're not sure what we're supposed to do. Figuring it out day by day. Yeah, if you know any friends with chainsaws, I would go that route first. Just cut up the trees, get the trees out of there, and then assess the rest of the damage. And hopefully insurance works with you and not against you on this one. Hey there, Jespines808, welcome back. Exactly. Yeah, Monday was a great example of this. Monday's winds down here in the South Sound were very late. Up in the North Sound area where we got those hurricane force winds off of the Hood Canal up there, those were a couple hours later. And again, the models didn't show anything up in hurricane force out there for several days. So this is why each forecast we have is going to be tricky to an extent. Kitsap Peninsula wind forecast. Not looking as breezy this time around for you, which is great news. We're not seeing really any wind impacts outside of the coast and the northwest interior. It's just breezy. That's it. We did get 57 at Freeland just now. Let's check what's the wind direction on that. Southeast probably. Out of the north. That's a little funky. think that wind direction's probably off, but it says sustained winds 23, gust 57 at 205. Wow. Whew, that station actually hasn't reported for over a day. They just got power back up. So that station went down See, it went down at about 12:40 to 12:50 a.m. December 17th yesterday, and it just came back up now. See, like it went over 24 hours. Actually, over 36 hours without a reading, and we just got power back up to that part of Whidbey Island, from what it seems. We're gonna see some of these stations pop back up here as power comes back to those areas. Again, the general point is that we're just not seeing anything impactful here in the sound right now when the models say we should be getting it. Of course, is it too early to call it a bust? Yeah, 100%. Way too early. But we just have to watch these things in real time. You know what I'm saying? And I'm only going to be live up until game time, by the way. So the live stream, for sure, if we even stay live up till then, the live stream will be wrapped up by 5. So Kitsap Peninsula, the eastern part of Kitsap Peninsula, including Port Orchard, Bremerton, Silverdale, Paulsbo, and Bainbridge Island, you are in the wind advisory until, I believe you're until 7 p.m. It went into effect at noon. It remains in effect until 7 p.m. And they're calling for wind gusts 45 to 50 area wide, but that's on the high end of things. You know, we haven't seen that big pressure change come through yet. The pressure change likely will not be even a fraction as intense as what we saw yesterday morning. Use the snowplow to clear Highway 530. Hey there, Julie Bradford, Jaw George. So is 530 back open then? Family flying in from Hawaii tonight. Hoping it's not too turbulent. Well, good thing is winds should be out of the south anyways by that time. They should stick out of the south around SeaTac, maybe a little bit out of the southwest, but it's nothing that planes aren't used to. So I'm just not seeing any substantial impacts in the near future right now for most of the sound. You know, again, the red flags in this forecast. And the red flags in this forecast have been sticking out for days. Could they come to fruition? Yeah, entirely, they could. We have to watch it a little bit longer to make that call. Hang on, guys. Just a moment. Between the NAM and her model, could still see gusts later this afternoon, 35 to 45. Maybe some gusts 50. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Doppler Dave, for that $10 super chat. That $10 super duper. Good to hear. We lost part of our fence the other night, hoping no more crazy wind. And yeah, like Sonia said, thank you, Doppler Dave, for the super sticker. The super duper sticker. Appreciate that donation, sir. When will you have a hint that wind will be a bust for sure? If there's no wind in the area by, I'd say by 6 o'clock tonight. Really, if there's no major wind in the area by game time tonight, then it's on the teeter-totter of calling it a bust. You still have to give it about a few hours of grace period. You know, it could be a very late onset event, and we just don't know it yet until it happens. So it's going to be a tough call to make anytime soon. The main, yes, but not up to Rockport. Okay, thank you for the heads up, Julie. Yeah, Just got a little breezy there in Enumclaw just now, but again, nothing super impactful happening at the moment. Let's get rid of anything above 1,000 feet again. Just clear a lot of these filters. Like, we could get some crazy readings. Oh, that was the other way around. Okay, there we go. Could get some crazy readings from Cougar Mountain, for example, that I don't want to show on this map. Or up in Mount Baker, I could throw off the numbers a bit. So we're just focusing on lower elevation winds. Yeah, so again, the area of low pressure is somewhere around here right now. Because the wind barbs, they're out of the southwest here and out of the east here right now. So counterclockwise rotation indicates that the low pressure is somewhere in this area. There is a tighter pressure gradient up here, 3 millibars. That is around the area of low pressure, but there's also a very loose gradient across much of the sound here now. Gradient has definitely increased a little bit, just based on the calibration. Hopefully these stations here are calibrated fairly accurately. But there is about a 4.5 millibar difference between Bellingham and Olympia right now, which, again, isn't too major, but it is fairly substantial. But we're not seeing any major differences in pressure across a small area right now, and that's what would bring the wind. You know, we just don't have that working out for us at the moment. Yeah, Puyallup area, probably not going to see much tonight. You are in the wind advisory till 7 p.m., but right now it's just not showing good verification on the models here. Right. Yeah, just so far kind of a nothing burger down here in the Sound. What's the weather for tonight's game against LA Rams versus Seahawks? Hey there, Main Street Paul. Thank you for becoming a subscriber 2 minutes ago. So it's probably going to be pretty windy up there. We're not seeing terrible winds up there right now, but it should be noticeably windy in Sodo for the game. Yeah, for LA Rams versus Seahawks, I'll be watching. It probably won't be a great day to be kicking into the wind. So, you know, hopefully we can score some touchdowns and not have to rely on field goals to win the game. You know, the showers right now, showers are coming for the most part to an end. The heavy rain is done. There's still going to be some shower segments coming in that could bring some minor to maybe even moderate rain. But it should stay mostly dry for the game. Could be a little wet with some passing showers at the time, but I'm more concerned about the breezy conditions likely during the game here. So probably not going to be a fun day to throw the ball or kick the ball. Yeah, that's the question. Will Jason Myers kick a good field goal during the winds? You know, it's going to be a test. Hopefully if we have to kick, we kick from south to north. Hopefully we kick towards the north so the ball will catch the wind and not be kicked against the wind. That would be our best call for really the majority of the game. You know, it would be a different story if the winds were out of the north, but they'll be relatively out of the south. But more so out of the southwest, so may have to kick a little bit towards the left if you're kicking towards the north, in case you have a hook ball off to the right. Hey Keith, welcome in. Good to see you again. Let me check if Connor's still streaming right now. Yeah, he is. Yeah, there's some good snow falling right now. Just shy of an inch of rain since midnight in Aberdeen. Thank you for the report, Paul Cross. Ooh. Wonder if this is... There's been a few erratic wind gusts around the area this morning and afternoon so far. Like, for example, this 72 likely did not get that strong, and it's 43 down here. So looking this morning at a station down near Maple Valley that was recording 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts, while the rest of the stations right by it were recording basically nothing. I think we have a few stations acting up. If that did verify, that would be pretty insane. But I'm not seeing anything that indicates that this station is verifying right now. I think this is just kind of a wonky station. Because again, this one just started getting some observations again after that power outage. It was offline for about 36 hours due to a power outage, and now it's reporting again. But I think this is an erratic reading. You notice at the Painfield and the Hansville stations, they're only in the 30 mile per hour range. Just a little bit interesting. I wanted to see what's the wind direction for this. Yeah, look at that. It went 57 out of the north, back to the south-southeast, and then back to the north. I think the station's reporting wrong. We already have 3 likely stations that are reporting very odd, unusual observations today, which really doesn't help things when it comes to the observation standpoint. We haven't checked the flood forecast monitor today either. So, great news. Flood warning for concrete here was canceled. Flood warning for the Snohomish near Monroe also canceled. They've canceled all the flood warnings down here for southwest interior outside of the Mayfield Dam outflow here, which is at minor flood stage and expected to remain at minor flood stage for the extended future. Again, going to increase the flow out from the Mud Mountain Dam. This is between 4 p.m. Saturday and approximately 4 a.m. Wednesday. They won't want to keep flow just shy of 9,500 cubic feet per second, which is just a rough estimation. And oddly enough, they have a really weird polygon for this flood warning here, all the way into the Duwamish. Yeah, they extended this flood warning for the Green River all the way into the Duwamish as well. Again, only minor flooding occurring and minor flooding forecast. No moderate or major flooding in the forecast right now for the Green River. Just a heads up. Well, we're down under 30,000 now on the power outage map. See, a good part here of East Pierce still in the dark. And then, yeah, South Whitby, they're starting to fix the Freeland area, which is great news. Freeland's back online for the most part. But Langley and Clinton not doing so hot still. And again, for anyone just tuning in and you see that 60 on the map, that is likely wrong. That is very likely wrong. My incorrect is that all NWS sensors stopped reporting around 142. I would have to take a look at everything to make that conjecture. Someone said winds picking up now in Enumclaw. How's JBLM looking? Looking okay right now. It's only breezy. Last observed wind gust was 25 there around JBLM and Fort Lewis. But nothing impactful at the moment. Strongest winds right now are over the northwest waters and the coastal waters. But we haven't seen that turn over the west wind yet. So these strong winds right now, these are relatively out of the southeast. Offshore winds going up the Strait of Georgia. But we haven't had that turn over the west yet because the area of low pressure has not crossed over Vancouver Island. Not quite yet. Still haven't seen a single branch move outside my window here in Milton. Gonna have a lot of questions to answer for people. Check out my graph from. Let's check out today's graph. See if the pressure is steadily dropping, which it is. But let's look at yesterday's graph. What do you mean no data available? Of course there's data available. Oh, and I crashed the site. Yep, I crashed it. Oh well. You know, I guess it's just not meant to be, is it? See, so 21Z map is done here. See, and it has any impactful wind gusts area-wide calming down by about midnight tonight at the latest. They have this wind advisory for Everett North until 11 p.m., and that's right around the time the winds shut off. It still could remain blustery over Dungeness Spit, Port Townsend area, Fort Worden, Diamond Point, which oddly enough does not have a wind advisory this time around. I feel like that might be a mistake. Again, we're not seeing any rule verification to this model run so far. Again, it did a good job not showing any wind, so it made that correction for the 21Z. Will it make the same correction for the 22Z? We'll just have to wait and see. That model run should be running in the next half hour or less, hopefully. Yeah, Tiger Mountain is windy and without power. Yeah, that whole Tiger Mountain area, the Miramont region, all the way down into the Cedar River Valley along Highway 169. That whole area lost power at the beginning of the 2 o'clock hour. The 2 o'clock hour. Yeah, like Sonia said, if you guys are enjoying the stream so far, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and ring that bell for future live stream notifications. Most, if not all of you who are subscribed and have all notifications enabled should have gotten this notification on YouTube. And again, huge shout out to all my members. I think we're over 25 members already for the first month, which is crazy. Huge shout out Jaw George, aka Julie Bradford, for gifting 20 memberships the other day. That was massive. And after this is all said and done, I hope to enable some more membership features for you guys, like potentially some membership only streams maybe, or membership videos, videos and shorts for members perhaps. But one thing that will not change is live coverage will stay up for the entire public. No one's going to miss out on any live coverage like this. Nobody. It'll be public for everyone. And it will stay that way. Breezy and Oso, thank you for the report, Julie. The anytime here now, 22Z should be rendering. And here's an experimental model. I don't show this too often. This is the one that's set to take over for the NAM at the beginning of next year, because the NAM's being decommissioned. And see, this one shows less winds for Seattle, not even 40 miles per hour for Seattle. It shows less for the westerly surge too. Could the new RRFS or Rapid Refresh Forecasting System be on something perhaps? Ooh, that would be interesting though. 10 p.m. if we got a big big wind gust over Everett. Wonder if we'll get a win for the RRFS model this time around. Again, this model's not in operation, so it says up here in very tiny text, experimental NOAA product, not for decision making. And it goes out to 84 hours, which I find pretty nice too. But again, no more impactful wins through the weekend expected right now. We'll likely get a much needed break. It's likely overdoing these showers a bit. I've noticed that when I've used this for behind the scenes forecasting for storm events, it always overdid the showers. You always had the showers much stronger. They show we could get a substantially rainy day Sunday afternoon. It even shows a little convergence zone forming up here, but not expecting any big wind anytime soon. So after today's done, if we even have anything today, then we'll likely be out of the wind threat for the extended period. Ooh, just lost power in Bellingham. Wow. Kimmy1654-D3M with the report. Is it really blustery up in Bellingham right now? Because it's definitely showing some. Just got a 41 mile per hour gust at Bellingham Airport and 40 over the mountains there. Yeah, Keith says he has power, but you're probably in a different part of Bellingham than the original poster. Yeah, again, the 60 is likely wrong. That network or that station just came back online after about 36 hours of no power. We're getting some modest gusts off the coast, but we're not getting up to the 51 that we saw at Hoquiam earlier. Clouds starting to move a little faster over Commencement Bay in Tacoma. Okay, Samish Hill, power out and gusty. Yeah, that definitely checks out, for sure. Yeah, see, 40 over Lake Whatcom, 41 over the airport right now. But still, nothing more than a slight breeze here in Tacoma. And Seattle, too. We gusted up to 30, but that's not impressive at West Point near Discovery Park. All right, yeah, thank you for the heads up from Samish Hill. Yeah, unfortunately, Naval Air Station Whidbey only updates once an hour. But most of the wind we still haven't had that front come through yet because most of the wind's still out of the south ahead of that front or out of the southeast if you're over the northwest waters. So we haven't had that changeover to westerly wind yet. But it should be coming very soon now. It looks like the low pressure is currently moving onshore on the Vancouver Island, and then the cold front should be just off the coast. So check to see if we had that wind shift yet at Hoquiam. Gotta look closer here. No, not exactly. I'm not sure how credible these east winds are there. Could have, though. It could have already moved over. If so, the wind shift would have occurred around 1 o'clock, which means by now the front should be passing through, which I'm just not seeing the indication of that. See, winds over here in Olympia, still out of the south. See, we're seeing most of our winds still out of the south or southeast across the area. So the frontal passage has not occurred yet here over the sound. So it could just be a timing issue. For all you know, it could just be a timing issue. Ooh, the pressure fell a little more here at this buoy. From around 986.4, I think it was, 986.2, it fell a little bit. But no major changes right now. Not seeing any sign of a big wind shift. If we do have the wind, it's just taking its sweet time to get here. Still no trees moving. Yeah, I'm just ready for if this thing does end up busting, they have to make a Facebook post addressing it and probably going to take some heat. But, you know, a lot of people I'm expecting are going to be like, you know, thankfully this did not materialize. And we're thankful that it didn't materialize and they appreciate the updates. You know, those are the kind of people I like having around. Comment Narrows can see rain approaching, rain from Gig Harbor. Thank you, Brad, for the heads up. Yeah, let's check radar one more time while we're here. Definitely these little strips of showers coming in off the coast. Could make for a locally wet commute driving up to Lumen Field if you're just now heading out. No, right now, pretty dry over Seattle. Could be some passing showers. But after that, pretty uncertain what happens. It may just be a relatively dry but breezy day at at SeaTac. Looks like winds have shifted to west. I was just told winds have shifted to west at Lake Sutherland, here near Lake Crescent. Port Angeles area. Do I have a gauge out there to check? Let's enable all gauges real quick. So I'll turn off all filters. No, we don't have anything that's registering there right now. Again, ignore that 72. That's most likely a glitch. They're at Diamond Point. Yeah, we'll have to look at the weather under map again to see all these stations. But these ones aren't going to be NWS certified stations. These are all going to be what some of us would probably call the amateur stations. I think, yeah, this is Lake Sutherland. It's out of the northwest now, so we probably just had that front pass through there. Yeah, out of the northwest, Clallam Bay area. See, the readings are quite different, so we don't have a definitive way of telling if that front came through yet. But at least a few of these are reporting the wind shift. See, some of these are still out of the east, so it's pretty hard to tell. Again, calibration matters big time when it comes to this. But for now, I'm just gonna keep all stations up for now. Just in case anything starts to show up here that indicates that westerly surge is coming. Nice to be back. Hey there, Adrian. A little bit of time before I got to take my son to his appointment. Beam system's hanging south. Actually, it's hanging farther north. Models are doing a good job showing the positioning of the system and the strength of it overall, but the timing is off right now. At least initially, the timing is off. What's your opinion on the Tempest? Great, but expensive. You know, even with the discounts, like if you use Michael Snyder's discount for 10% off, after taxes and all that, it's still going to be over $330. You know, it's an expensive system, but I like how it has no moving parts. You know, it has the ultrasonic anemometer and a haptic rain gauge, which I feel is really cool. But I don't think the price justifies the functionality. If they had it under $300, then I feel like it would be a better bang for your bargain. But I just think the Tempest is too expensive. Definitely increase the gusts here in Everett. Hello there, Crazy Bird Man. Welcome in. 990.4 millibars up here at Bellingham Airport. Appreciate that, Keith. Thanks for the updates. Yeah, check out the sensors on the weather underground map. Yeah, some on the coast are showing increasing pressure. Yeah, let's see what the Lake Sutherland gauge is showing here. Showing strong winds out of the west here. Yeah, very sharp temperature increase. We're getting a burst of warm wind ahead of that cold front. But once the cold front comes through, these temperatures are going to tank again, most likely. See, the wind direction, very erratic. Yeah, we had a little bit of a jump in the pressure there, just a little bit, like a little heartbeat, kind of. A little doo-doo. Yeah, pressure decreasing and right now holding relatively steady. But the pressure rise should not be too significant, which means the wind gust shouldn't be huge. At least in theory. Should not be massive, you know? But just a lot of these stations could be set up improperly too. You know, mounting conditions outside of what's favorable for reading these winds accurately, for example. Like if it's below the roof line of your house or if it's behind any obstacles, if your sensors are facing the wrong way, this could all have huge ramifications for your wind gust forecasts. But yeah, you see how erratic these wind barbs are? There's no consistency. So it's very difficult to tell how reliable these ones are. Oh. I'm starting to see a temperature decrease there. This is the CQ or SECU reading. And this is still showing offshore. But yeah, the pressure is starting to rise now. Pressure is rising, temperature's dropping. So we probably just had the front go through very recently through the Nia Bay, Clallam Bay area. Judging by observations. It's just, there's no consistency between stations. So you're gusting to 43 here, but then again, that's 1,170 feet above the ground. That's on the back end of Cougar Mountain. So that's going to read higher than the rest almost every time. There's a system you'd recommend other than the Tempest? Well, I use ambient weather. And again, my recommendation for a weather station, a good starter weather station, it is a little bit pricey, but it's better than the prices on a lot of the higher end weather stations out there. This is the Ambient Weather WS2902 weather station with Wi-Fi connectivity. It does have the moving parts and the traditional rain gauge, so it's not super fancy, but it's worth the budget for sure. I have the WS5000, which has the ultrasonic anemometer, So it doesn't have the wind vane or the 3-cup anemometer. It uses ultrasonic wind measurements. Yeah, highly recommend an ambient weather station. Really anything from Davis, Lacrosse, or ambient weather. Again, Davis, Lacrosse Technology, and ambient weather are my 3 top weather stations outside of Tempest. And a lot of them are budget friendly too. Trying to see if there's any new updates here. We haven't had any updates from the NWS on the wind advisory. They're keeping it as is right now. And the station's still reading 57. See, it's still showing it out of the north. Something's going on there out of the north that's tweaking with this station. A little bit funky. I wonder if maybe the wind blew the anemometer around a little bit and relocated the northern origin on it. You know, that could be possible. If it was reading out of the south originally and then it flipped out of the north. Because we did get some crazy wind gusts up there the other morning, yesterday morning, you know, so it could have entirely relocated that weather station or flipped it around. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Models just can't make up their minds for my place. NAM is sitting at 50, Euro at 40, her at 36. Hope the NAM has the day it deserves. As in, like, the NAM can have a final resting place before it gets decommissioned, right? Yeah, playing with their cards close to their chest. Again, I think that wind advisory in general before the expansion was once again out of conservation. I'm not sure if it justified the expansion to cover the rest of the Puget Sound area. You know, I think that call is a little too premature right now. Again, we're just gonna have to sit and watch and see if anything pops up. Because right now it's just not happening. But yeah, weather models are having a heyday trying to predict this wind right now, which still non-existent. I've been streaming for almost 2 hours and I haven't seen a branch move even an inch. It's dead calm outside right now. I'm in Milton, by the way. I'm right by Edgewood, between Federal Way and Puyallup up on the hill. I'm like right in this area here. See, there's Milton right there. Right on the county line here. I'm not going to go into any more detail than that. Yeah, just so far we can say, if you want to say so far that it's a bust, feel free. But it's not over till it's over. That's just the truth that I have to really spit out. It's not over until it's over. Hoping this busts. The tree that snapped onto my mom's car is leaning on the house now. Can't afford to have someone remove it until January. Trees are so still, I thought maybe I died. Yeah, you know, maybe we are in heaven right now. Who knows? Maybe we are. Maybe this is all just a fantasy. But yeah, I haven't seen any indications of any wind down here. Arlington just got power back this morning too, dang it. Well, we're not seeing anything impactful in Arlington. Some areas around there have reported some wind, but nothing major. We're just not seeing any major impacts right now, which is good. It's great news. But it's not great if you rely on these models for forecasts in this area. If this is heaven, I want a refund. Isn't that all of us? I think that's most, if not all of us. Very windy out there now, and I just went outside for a little bit. Main Street, Paul, please remind me again where you're at. Getting some movement finally in Steilacoom. Did just have wine delivered. Heaven makes sense. Alright. When did the models originally predict the peak to be? They originally predicted the peak around the area to be sometime between... They actually predicted it to be later on in the morning time. Oh, you're in Linwood. Okay. Not sleep until 8 a.m. Tuesday. Yeah, I didn't fall asleep until 6 a.m. Even after that pressure rise balanced out, we still had some rather occasional strong gusts. You know, it was just howling through my window. So, yeah, very hard to sleep then, too. I think I was actually only awake for like 6 hours yesterday afternoon. I ended up waking up around 1 p.m. and falling asleep again at 7. And then I woke up again at like 10 o'clock and didn't fall asleep until probably 1 a.m. this morning. Yeah, it messed up my sleep schedule big time, but that's the weather for you. Similar to yesterday morning storm, nothing out ahead of the front. We thought there wasn't going to be anything. Then once it passed over us, it was the backside. Yeah, that was the pressure ride, the big pressure rise. But the pressure gradient around the area is nowhere near as impressive this time around. That we can verify with current observations. See, we're at around 990 up here in Blaine. And we're up to around 995 down here in Olympia. A 5 millibar gradient between Bellingham area and Olympia area. Then again, I'm not sure if all of these stations are reporting accurately. So again, it could be calibration errors. Because see, we have 988 here, and then we have 993, and then we're back down to 991. So accuracy, of course, is a big question here. But we haven't had any of the official NWS stations report the full switch over to west winds yet along the strait. So it's a little bit hard to make that determination right now. Yeah, at the very least, between Bellingham and Olympia right now, we have a 6 millibar gradient, but I'm questioning that because even though 6 millibars over that area isn't large, that's still larger than what I saw earlier. Is that a red flag right now? I don't think so. But you notice between Arlington here, between Arlington and Olympia, it's only around 2.5 millibars. I'm just watching some of the weather guys talk in the background too. They're mainly talking about Whidbey Island. And there was a downtrend again in the wind for Whidbey Island too, which would really, really help their power restoration efforts. This wind gust seems a little more believable. It's not in the 50 mile per hour range. I think that's a little bit more in the realm of believability. Just came up with that off the top of my head. Yeah, overall, it's just not looking great around the sound. And by that, I mean looking great as in no wind, but also not looking great as in model guidance. Not looking great. Is it snowing in Snoqualmie Pass as of right now? Last time I checked, yes. Just saw a live stream. If you're talking about Connor Croft's live stream, then yes, he is live streaming now. Truckers are putting chains on. Yeah, I believe chains are required now for Snoqualmie for trucks. Again, don't quote me on that. Huh. personal weather station that just recorded a gust of 51 over by Port Angeles. But it's not a certified weather station, so it's not gonna pick up on that site. I think it might be this station down here again. This would be the approximate location of the fronts. Actually, the cold front's not even close. It's the warm front that's coming through right now. Again, I think these are experimental products here. I actually haven't tested these out myself here on the site, on the Weather Undermap site. Yeah, that warm front's going to probably raise the snow levels a bit over the mountains. So we may have a temporary changeover to rain or at least a mix on Snoqualmie. But if what's being shown right now here on the front map is true, then we still have a ways to go before that cold front comes in. Which means we have a ways to go before we have the official wind shift. But then again, I think that's an experimental product. I'm not 100% sure on the credibility of that. Yeah, let's see. 3 o'clock is about 2 hours before game time. We still have 16 of you guys here on Facebook, and we have 65 of you guys hanging here on YouTube. About 500 views, 48 likes. Thank you guys for liking the stream, helping get the word out there. Yeah, I can only imagine the comments coming in from people just being like, hey, what the heck's going on, dude? You called for win. You know, I'm expecting it any time now. Right. 22Z started. Perfect. Thank you for the heads up. All right, what does the 22Z show? It's where it keeps showing a slight decrease, maybe a little bit of a variation for that westerly surge. See, it doesn't show the westerly surge really picking up till around 4 o'clock or so. 4 to 5. And for the general Seattle area, around 4 p.m., it's showing around 40 mile per hour gusts. But so far, that's not looking like the current indication. And then actually boosts things a little bit for 6 p.m. during the game. You know, it has right around 40 mile per hour gusts during the game there in downtown. It would be interesting to see if that verified. But see, it shows that westerly surge coming down into Everett by 8 p.m. tonight. That's as far as the model goes out right now. But I just don't see any current indication right now that this is actually going to happen like that. This is a little bit of a tough call to make. We're not seeing any real windy observations around here right now. Ooh, saw 47 up near Ferndale. Pretty strong gusts up in western Whatcom County right now. Christy Chan says, hey all, cold in Bremerton, brr. Whitney Davis asks, sorry if I missed this, but are the winds coming from behind the system? They should be coming from behind the system, yes. But the models show some wind ahead of the system too in the Seattle area. You notice, if I went through the model again, you would notice that the winds kick up in the Seattle area before the westerly surge gets down into Everett. It could just be a little of the slanted orientation of that front too. You know, if it was directly north to south, then most of us would be getting all the wind at the exact same time. But that slant could also be changing the timings a little bit. But it could also be a model error too. That's entirely in the cards. Yeah, just remind them it's better to be prepared than surprised. Absolutely, very well said. Hers now showing nothing higher than 36 from my location at home. Yeah, a lot of people are waiting on the wind, as am I. Nothing here, Milton. Absolutely zero burger. Oh, jeez. Still trying to recover my sleep schedule. Depending on how long that game goes tonight, it's probably going to be an early night tonight. Keith says that might be at Whatcom County weather. Ooh. Yeah, jeez. I couldn't even spit out what I wanted to say. I'm so messed up from yesterday morning still. Really took a big hit on me being up that late. I haven't done an all-nighter like that in years, probably. I was just not used to that. Oh yeah, now that I notice it is a little cold here in the room too. Yeah, I think this sensor here is back to reading very erratic speeds. Hey there, Tanya. Welcome in. Yeah, it's kind of a nothing burger right now around the sound. Some areas reporting the breeze, but nothing more than that. But the front just hasn't really passed through yet. Yeah, it may just be a late onset event later tonight. Because see, this is the front right here. The area of low pressure is right up in here, but the front extends down here off the coast. Yeah, we haven't seen that official changeover to westerlies off the coast yet. This one still shows southwest. It was out of the east, and then it switched to out of the southwest, so it's possible, but I'm not seeing a good signal of a switch of wind direction quite yet. So we may just be waiting a little bit. Wouldn't it be crazy if the big winds came through right during the middle of the game? Could you imagine that? Breezy on Camino Island, mid-island. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, we're kind of in a little lull when it comes to wind. Really area wide right now, because even up here it's not super windy. Finally seeing the branches move here in Milton. Even if it's a little bit, it's good to see some branches move. Finally. Could just be maybe this shower down here is mixing some winds down towards the surface. Go to dual plane mode. No, there's no real strong wind showing up on radar right now. Yeah, there's no super strong wind above the surface at the moment. Interesting. Very interesting. Would the PSE just go up 2,000 more? Was this outage here before? No, that's newer too. Skookumchuck, Rainier area. 2:05 p.m. an outage over there. Yeah, see this area of East Pierce County, hard hit and still not much in terms of fixing those power outages. Yeah, we had this one happen at 2 o'clock, 2:01. Ooh. It's a little too far. No, a lot of these power outages are old. We're not seeing new power outages on Whitby at the moment. Oh yeah, that's where it came from, right there. Yep, just off of I-5 here in Fairhaven area. Just outside of Western Washington University. Big power outage there. Almost 2,700 customers as of 2:36. That's where the surge came from, for sure. We're still hanging around 27,000 on PSC out at this time. Or actually, never mind, just shy of 30,000. 27 was what it was before. We're a little bit shy. We're a few hundred shy of 30,000, still without power. And a couple hundred of those to a few thousand of those are new. Finally seeing the trees move just a little bit. That's the first today. It's a little bit, but they're finally starting to move out there. Ooh, Bellingham International fell down to 988.3 millibars of pressure. Hopefully it hurries up, not going home until the front passes through with that tree menacing my house. Ooh, yeah, that's a tough one to make. That's a tough call to make for sure. Colder for sure, though. Oh, 100%. Yeah, that cold front that came through brought in a much cooler air mass. A lot of us hanging in the 40s, maybe the low 50s for some of the warmer spots. Thankful for being in a smaller area, have power through a smaller company. Had our power back on within a few hours. That's good. That's good to hear. That's great to hear. Ton of crews out here in East Pierce area. So many trees down on lines, lots of road closures. Oh yeah, of course. Mud Mountain. What? Hang on. Ashley, send me that source as soon as you can. Yeah, send me that source right away if you got that update. Ashley says just got an evac go now for Mud Mountain breaching. Oh, that better not have happened. That better be false. Hang on, does anyone have any intel on that right now? If you have any intel, say right away if you had any updates. Oh, husband's boss is sending them all home asking for it now. Oh boy. I really hope that doesn't happen. If they do, oh boy, that would be awful. Yeah, Ashley, if you can give me some more information on that as soon as possible, please do. I'm asking you for that for sure. I haven't seen anything from the NWS yet, because if that would actually happen, if the Mud Mountain breached, that would be complete devastation. All areas downstream, even parts of Enumclaw and Buckley. May not look like it here on the map here, on the topography, but that holds a lot of water back. If we had a breach, that would inundate a lot of areas downstream. I'm not sure about the towns of Buckley or Enumclaw, but some of the creeks flowing out of Enumclaw here that flooded when they released water from the Mud Mountain Dam. Geez, that would put that on steroids. I'd be really concerned about Southeast Auburn here, Pacific, and Sumner. That might even affect areas downstream like Puyallup and Fife too. Geez, yeah. Please get me more info on that right away if you can. I just really hope that's a false report, or hopefully an exaggeration, because I'm not seeing anything on news sources right now. Again, if anything hears anything on a potential Mud Mountain breach, please let me know ASAP. That is a massive deal. Oh boy. Yeah, for any of you who know Michael Snyder, Pacific Northwest Weather Watch, his wife actually works with the Army Corps of Engineers at the Mud Mountain Dam. There's been a lot of tension up there between the people. Yeah, Dagmar says, I have not seen anything but looking right now. Yeah, guys, if you could find any information on that, let me know ASAP. Because again, I don't want to be the first person to cry wolf. Waiting for husband's boss to send me the alert now. Oh boy, you're making me really nervous here right now. Let's just see what happens if I look up Mud Mountain Dam here on Facebook. Most recent update was yesterday from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Seattle District. But they're just talking about all of the local dams in the area. It says that the flood storage utilized is 51%. Only thing I'm seeing is a flood warning. Yeah, they issued a flood warning for the release of more water 2 hours ago, and that shows up here. That's the new warning that's here from the Mud Mountain Dam down in the Sumner. And this gauge only updates every 15 minutes or so. So let's see. Yeah, it only updates once an hour, so we wouldn't get any urgent updates on that. I just got a photo sent in. Let me pull up this photo real quick. What does it say? Oh. King County flood alerts. The White River has reached flood phase 4, which is moderate flooding. Flood water is likely overtop Highway 410 upstream of Mud Mountain Dam. Overbank flooding likely in Pacific and Auburn. That's an update I just got from a follower. I'm trying to get through to him urgently. My husband is working right up next to it today. Can't find anything. Best friend husband works over there. Texted them. Okay. Yeah, we're trying to get updates on this. I just hope saying breaching was a little bit of an over exaggeration. But right now I am seeing upstream flooding up here, but I'm not seeing anything about downstream flooding. We'd be looking at these gauges here. These ones update every 15 minutes, but we won't have anything recent on there. Like these gauges, all of these only update every 15 minutes, some of these hourly. So it's going to be really hard to tell. Says hope it's a false alarm again. Husband says boss got the alert through the emergency management system. Yeah, Caitlin said the same thing. Saw it's in phase 4 flooding, but not anything about a breach. So I just really hope. Yeah. Yeah, let's just hope that's just because of the increased outflow. This is one of the very rare circumstances where I would be happy to have been wrong and been the person who cried wolf. Well, right now let's just hope it's a cry wolf. Let's just hope it's a cry wolf. Friend's husband also got sent home, works construction, told river was overflowing and wasn't safe anymore. Okay, yeah, thank you, Ashley, for the heads up. Crash Smashly. Yeah, let's just hope that's a crying wolf thing from them. Oh boy, that would be devastating. Right now, they're just sending people home from the Mud Mountain Dam because of the flooding upstream. That's what I'm hearing from several sources. But I'm not hearing any official sources about a breach, because a breach would be a worst case scenario for the White River downstream, for sure. I'm actively looking at the NWS monitor. They would most likely put out flash flood warnings downstream if that were to happen, but they haven't done that yet. 10 minutes ago, Como said evacuation zone in Pacific narrows as new containment barrier nears completion. Do we have an upstream gauge? We don't have an upstream gauge here. I wonder if they do on the USGS site. Let's go check that out real quick. Sure, quiet if it is happening. Yes, true. But I'm not going to jump the gun on it right now, since we don't have a 100% credible source that says there's a full-on breach or even a partial breach. Sounds like they know that there's flooding upstream that could overflow on the 410, but I'm not hearing of anything credible downstream right now. This is above Boise Creek at Buckley. These are in 15-minute intervals, and right now it's going down at the moment. At least for that one gauge, it's going down. I think this is. It would be nice if we had a satellite or a topographic map, but we only have a composite map down here right now. Yeah, that's the only one that's reading even slightly abnormally high at the moment. And nope, it's not even reporting. So that's a bust. Oh well. If there's anything on X about the Mud Mountain Dam. Nope, nothing recently. Let's try White River. Nope, nada. So again, this is the text that some people have received in that area. On King County flood alerts, White River has reached flood phase 4, which is moderate stage. Floodwater is likely 2 over top SR 410 upstream of Mud Mountain. So that's out towards Greenwater. Overbank flooding likely also downstream in cities of Pacific and Auburn. But nothing about evacuations or any breaches or anything like that. I think for at least for right now we can pump the brakes on that. Because again, I haven't heard anything. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about any official news or government sources on that. And I'm not even seeing anything on social media right now. Like, I haven't seen anyone circulating that message either. Whew, geez, that was a nice wake-up call you gave me, though. Yikes. Okay. We do have an update from the city of Auburn here on Facebook. White River has entered phase 4. This is planned and expected. Phew. Jeez. Gave me a nice scare there. You may have received an alert just now that the White River has entered phase 4. That's the system working as intended. Sent it as part of an automated system which triggers when a river grows past a certain threshold. Don't expect any localized flooding in Auburn, but our public works crew are keeping a watchful eye on all levees and HESCO barriers. It's possible that conditions worsen, however, and it's important to be prepared and be ready. City of Auburn has addressed this, and I'll be sharing this to my page story. I think we just had a really big false alarm there. I think. Good. Yep, you guys got me at the exact same time as I showed that. Okay, 22Z finished rendering. Yes, it has. And then we wait on the 23Z. Thanks to my husband's boss for all the heart attacks. Apologize for jumping the gun there. That's okay. Don't worry, that's okay. You definitely gave me a nice little wake up scare there too, but that's all right. It happens. The good thing is the city of Auburn got on it very quickly. Both the Ashleys in the chat, making sure everyone's paying attention. Absolutely. Ooh, rain's picking up out here. One of those showers is moving over. It's like, it got awfully dark there for a moment. Yeah, it's going to be a quick shower, but I can hear the rain hitting my window right now. Not mixing down any wind right now, though. You see, the showers for the most part are missing Seattle, so we're not seeing anything that could really disrupt the game other than the wind, possibly, but it's going to take some time to work in if it hasn't already started working in, which right now does not look like the case. I think most likely the models are probably just kind of having a very rough time portraying the timing of this. See? Gusting to 30 now. Gusting to 40 here at Payne Field. Gusting to 30 here at Normandy Park. Biggest gusts of the day so far in the area. So maybe it's just warming up. It's a possibility. Maybe we're just having another little late onset of wind, perhaps. Going on around Renton. Well, not much for wind right now around Renton. I tell you, we got a little breezy there just a moment ago, but outside of that, not too much to talk about for Renton. The Cedar River, I believe Cedar is still flooding, which it is, yes, in Renton. But only minor flooding forecast. But it's expected to remain a minor flood stage, likely for the next week, just a heads up. And then at Landsberg, forecasting minor flooding, but currently at bankfull stage. It looks like we do have minor flooding currently occurring as of the last update here at Mud Mountain Dam outflow. See, they bumped this up to moderate. We'd be at moderate flood stage for several days if this verified. Again, this is based on forecasts from the dam outflow release too. So this is likely to change. That would be for the White River near R Street. Yeah, I saw that that the La Grande Dam is decreasing flow downstream. But even then, with the decreasing flow, we haven't seen any flooding downstream near McKenna or Yelm. Yeah, there really hasn't been any flooding the last few days. I don't think there's been any flooding or any high water level whatsoever downstream from the La Grande Dam. Big rain here in Enumclaw Buckley area. What does wind look like for North Bend? When does it start? Well, North Bend was recently added to that wind advisory expansion this morning. In effect until, 7 p.m. tonight? Yeah, 7 p.m. But we're not seeing too much. We're really not seeing too much for wind around here. It's a little late to the party, if it even happens at all. Again, just to keep a lot of the junk out of here, we're going to emit anything below 30 miles per hour. We're also going to emit anything above 1,000 feet. So, Cougar Mountain reading goes away. Yeah, we want to pay attention to any winds below 1,000 feet, for sure. Near as close to sea level as possible. But thankfully, just water collecting over blocked storm drains, McKenna and Yelm. Gusty at Payne Field for sure, right down the road from me. Thank you, Crazy Birdman, for the heads up. Yeah, just 30 miles per hour here in the Central Sound right now. It's not impressive whatsoever. We're not gusting at all here at Hoquiam anymore either. At least not at the moment. But we did hit 48 there near Ferndale. See that big 48 up on the top of your screen there. 48 near Ferndale along I-5. Just northwest of Bellingham. But only gusting to 33 at the airport at the moment up there. Very blustery West Seattle. No one has talked about it. I've watched it just flood my town. Oh, not from La Grande, but the Black River and Little Rock since the beginning of the month. Yeah, there's no gauges that show up for that. So these very localized rivers and streams, definitely, if they haven't already seen flooding, then they have, they will. No, I had that backwards. Let me rephrase that statement. There's a number of streams that haven't been reported on because they're very local and don't have gauges. For example, there's a couple of creeks here in the South Sound, like Wapato Creek and Hylobos Creek, that have been running high, but no one's been talking about that just because they don't have any gauges and there's not a lot of people that live directly along those creeks. At least close enough if the creeks were to flood over, it won't cause serious flooding downstream. So they don't talk about those creeks a lot. But South Prairie Creek and Issaquah Creek, those ones were in the news the last 2 weeks. Because both of them at one point were expected to hit major flood stage. So, and those are around populated areas as well. So that's why those made the news. Most of our wind events are at night. Yeah, well, when night takes up 14 to 16 hours of your day nowadays, it's almost a given. But yeah, pretty much, like you said. Yeah, night falls on us very soon. We have less than 2 hours until game time. So expecting to wrap up the stream around 5 o'clock, just as a heads up. No wind, Enumclaw Buckley at this time. Okay, thank you for the heads up. Little Rock is outside of Department of Transportation limits. There's a gauge for it, I believe. Yeah, not on this site. Maybe on the USGS site, but not on the NOAA site. Yeah, I didn't see any upstream gauges on the USGS site either, upstream of the Mud Mountain Dam. Yeah, like Dirk Doppler says, Seahawks. Oh, it's on the county website. Okay. It's on the county website. That's why. Dagmar DeVere just spoke to the gentleman at Corps of Engineers in Seattle. Said if something were to happen, they would not hide it from the public, to keep track of things on their Facebook page. He said there is no breach of the Mud Mountain Dam. No breach. I repeat, no breach. Ooh, yeah, that sure was a nice scare, though, you gave me. Yeah, see, there we go. Now we're picking up a breeze across this area. It took long enough, but we're starting to feel it. 23Z running? No, it's not. Let's go through the forecast for 4 o'clock. Still a little bit on the high side on the models there. But if we were to go to the 3 p.m. forecast on the models, even these are just a tad on the high side, but closer. So maybe the HER's starting to correct itself finally. Yeah, we did just get a couple 30 pluses pop up here around the sound. So about time. We're starting to feel something. Okay, Dagmar says White River has entered phase 4. This is planned and expected. Yeah, copy and paste it over from City of Auburn. So yeah, it is an automated system. So it was an automated King County alert message. But yeah, there's no mention of a breach, thankfully. No breach. Hey, don't worry. It's no harm done, Ashley. No harm done. Will that uptick in Everett be affecting east areas? Potentially, yes. Even yesterday morning with that big 70 plus mile per hour westerly surge, not much of that made it in the Everett and areas east. You know, Michael Snyder and his team were right there on the port of Everett watching the gust front as it came in, and they only got a 40 mile per hour gust out of it, a 41 at most. That was it. You know, so Whidbey and Camino Island took the brunt of that wind before it made it into Everett. So Everett could get substantially less, possibly, and even more less the farther up into the foothills you go. It was still windy, don't get me wrong. It was still very much windy up there, but it wasn't extensive like up in Island County. Thank you for the update. I'm a remote worker and don't look out the window much. Yeah, sure thing. No problem. Well, it's a good thing that that was clarified very quick. They're watching the NWS monitor as well, and NWS didn't issue any spontaneous warnings for that. So it was a good call for all of us to not jump the gun and start sharing a lot of stuff to Facebook, you know? That would have caused some panic. But yeah, it's just a good thing we didn't do that. So I'm glad that the city of Auburn addressed that very quickly. Yeah, there we go. We're getting something down to SeaTac finally. Took long enough. 35 at SeaTac Airport, 36 at Normandy Park. So 35 is the new record on the day for SeaTac. Again, we're right now we're gonna put our emphasis here on the sound. So we're just gonna watch these gauges around the sound. Starting to see some breezy conditions pop up around here, just in time for the game. Ooh, 44. Yeah, 44 here in North Bend. That's getting up there. There anyone watching from the North Bend area? You're watching from North Bend or Snoqualmie. Anywhere around there. Did you feel the wind just now? Keith says, still taking meteorology classes online. That's good. Yeah, educate yourself as much as you can. You know, more education does not hurt. I see some of these little heavier showers moving through the South Sound right now, but not much to look at behind them. And this is all what I call radar junk, by the way. Usually just peaks and mountains in the way. But yeah, the heaviest rain for the day should be done for us. And probably for the weekend too, barring any of those bigger showers that pass through. The steady, heavy rain should be done for this weekend. Finally, a big hoorah for that. Kim is asking, what are high wind speeds gusts expected for Kirkland this evening? Well, Kirkland, you were expanded into that wind advisory that's in effect from noon to 7 p.m. So the NWS thinks you may have some gusts upwards of 45 to 50, but then again, that's on the high end of things. Realistically, it's looking like around 35 to 40, but even 40 could be on the high end of things. But we are starting to finally pick up here around the sound. It took long enough, but it's finally starting to pick up. See, we just got 35 there. 35 near Alki, so definitely starting to pick up noticeably now. Yeah, Uchenna, I question this station as well, too. There's also a station... There's a station right in the middle of town here that also reads high sometimes. I think this might be the one that reads backwards, too. Let me check. Yeah, see, it reads backwards. So I do question the credibility of that station. Because we've already had a few stations with some erroneous readings today. Like Diamond Point was reading 72 miles per hour earlier. The station down in Maple Valley reading 43 earlier this morning. And then, of course, that one station on South Whitby that was reading 60 as soon as the power came back on. So, yeah, there's definitely some reliability issues with some of these stations, even the NWS certified ones here. I do agree with that statement. Remember the last time Mike was live, that station had a 65 mile per hour reading when the others nearby were 40. Yeah, you gotta love it, right? You gotta love it. Yeah, there's a station down here in Southeast Enumclaw that reads high sometimes too. Even though I talked with the owner about it and he talks about the certifications the station got, it just reads unusually high compared to nearby stations. So I don't take it with 100% credibility. There's about 4 stations that cover that general Enumclaw area, and I usually just relate it to the other ones, and then make my conjecture based on that. Same with these North Bend stations here too. There's about 4 or 5 other stations up here in that immediate area of the Snoqualmie Valley. So we're picking up to 30 at Boeing Field now. Again, not super eventful, but it's finally something. We're finally seeing something. So far, model's not doing a great job on the timing whatsoever. That I can say for sure. All right, let's see. You going to watch the game? Yeah, absolutely. At the latest, the stream's going to be wrapped up by 5 o'clock. So I'm not going any longer than 5 o'clock on the stream tonight. I will be watching the entirety of the game tonight. It is extremely important, and the ramifications are at an all-time high for this season. So yeah, absolutely watching the full game. Not missing it. Besides, I wouldn't stream during the game either because the viewership's going to be extremely low during the game. So it wouldn't be wise for me to stream during the game. What's up with the wind expected today? Oh boy, here we go with the questions. Ooh, we got a ding. What was that? Yeah, they said they're continuing the wind advisory. Let me see if they updated the text at all. Got an update that they're continuing the wind advisory. Let's go 351 update. So again, it's for several different zones. So they have 3 different wind advisory zones going here. So we're going to go through it zone by zone real fast. Yeah, go Hawks. Oh yeah, you're right. I didn't even think of pun not intended, ramifications. Yeah, you're right. Good call there. Yeah, that was an accident. Don't worry. I didn't even realize it. You certainly caught me there. Dave says I'd watch the stream. There wouldn't be much to talk about. If there's any big wins during the game, then we're just gonna have to let it be. You know, I'll maybe make a post on Facebook, but I'm not streaming at all during the game today. That's gonna be a matter of fact. I'm not gonna stream during the game. So let's see. All right, flood warning canceled for Snoqualmie near Carnation. Great news. The flood warning canceled for the Snoqualmie River near Carnation. All right, so northwest interior areas here. Wind advisory remains in effect until 11 p.m. this evening. South winds 20 to 30, gusts 50 to 55. Again, until 11 p.m. That's for northwest Snohomish, West Skagit, West Whatcom Island, and San Juan counties. Okay, that was the top one. Let me check this zone here. This was the expansion earlier. Okay, so they dropped the gusts back down to 45. So they shredded all the 50 for the Puget Sound. Which is good news. So decreasing confidence in big winds tonight. Remains in effect till 7 p.m. South winds 15 to 25, gusts to 45. Again, this is for the expansion zones. So the zones that weren't in the original advisory issued yesterday. So including eastern Kitsap County, Seattle city limits, Everett, Marysville area, east side King County, central foothills of King County, and the southern Everett area, so southwest Snohomish County. Again, till 7 p.m., wind gusts 45. And for the rest of the zones, including the central Puget Sound area, the coast, and the southwest interior. Remains in effect till 7 p.m. this evening. Southwest winds 15 to 25, gusts to 45. So they took off all the 50s for anywhere outside of the northwest interior. So just some minor corrections. But outside of that, they're letting the rest of the alert play out. Okay, good. Yeah, so Dagmar DeVere here on Facebook said, Lou at Seattle Corps of Engineers called me back and even went as far as calling the manager of the Mud Mountain Dam. And yes, everything is A-OK. All right, yep. And so everything's fine at the Mud Mountain Dam. Everything is fine. Hey, that's awesome, Keith. Scott Sistek just followed your weather page. That's awesome. I'll follow your weather page on my personal account for sure. Well, whatever breeze was out there earlier is gone now. See a few more 30 plus popping up around here. We're back up to 38 here at Payne Field. Again, nothing to run home about. But still finally getting some wind here. Finally getting something. Couple of snowflakes in the AM. That's a rough call to make. Robert Christian Show. So we here in Renton will not see the high winds as they are saying. Right now, no. Right now, no. But you are in that wind advisory until 7 a.m. or 7 p.m. tonight. So you won't quite be out of the woods until then. Right now, things are underperforming. Yes, I will say that. They are underperforming big time right now. Around the Puget Sound area in general. Like Stevens checking in. Hello there from Milton. Milton, Washington, between Federal Way and Puyallup. Just east of Tacoma. Just a breeze and go, as Keith said. Ashley says absolutely dumping here right now, down in Eatonville. Yep, checks out. Definitely checks out. For sure. That is 100% checking out. You're just in that one area that's getting dumped on by rain right now. So yeah, folks, we're going to be streaming here for 1 more hour, and then that will be it for the night. And after that, I'll probably take a break from streaming for a few days. Just a heads up. Our live coverage will come to an end, and we'll shut off the so-called Stormwatch mode, which basically means I activate the Rapid Fire Update channel on Facebook and post in rapid succession. But even then, I haven't been posting much to that channel. I've been allocating most, if not all, of my sources towards the streams. You know, so I haven't posted as many updates as I've wanted to that channel. But, you know, it's fine. But I have almost 1,000 people now following that channel. It's really cool. Again, if you're on Facebook, consider looking at the Rapid Fire Update channel. You can find it on the front page of my Facebook page in the intro section. Harry says, hello from Vancouver, BC. Hello there. Finally blue skies in Everett. Awesome sauce. They were finally getting the clearing we need. Finally. Just took long enough. Going to get windy in Vancouver, BC. Well, I don't know if Environment Canada has any wind alerts for you right now. It's getting breezy to your south. Down here in Whatcom County, it's definitely picking up quite a bit. But we don't have any stations reading 30 plus in Vancouver or any surrounding areas right now. So it could definitely get breezy. See, it's breezy off to your west too. We're still getting those southeast winds coming up through the Strait of Georgia. But it'll take some time for those winds to shift direction and work in from the west. If they even do work in from the west. It may just stay out of the south or southeast and then deteriorate behind that front. Because you have Vancouver Island absorbing most of those westerly winds, but not all the time. So I'm going to say be on standby for wind tonight, but don't expect anything too major. Maybe a strong breeze at most for Vancouver and surrounding areas. Yeah, just taking a wider look at things here right now. Definitely calmed down for Whitby. It has for sure calmed down. Just along the strait in general, a little brief calm at the moment. Almost too calm for comfort. Just gonna keep updating the site, see if anything significant pops up. We're really in the nowcast period now, where model guidance doesn't really help us much. Pretty much just means pay attention to current observations and make your forecasts based on that. But yeah, right now, just breezy across the area. There's no real major strong winds. See, do we have 23Z data? Yes, we do. Just enough here. So 23Z has the westerly surge starting in the next hour. Should already be starting up here over the Strait of Juan de Fuca. Yeah, not quite happening. Not quite happening at the moment. At 4 o'clock, we should already be seeing 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts around the area. The HER's overdoing it for Seattle right now. Yeah, past few years, lots more enthusiasts in the Pacific Northwest for sure. Definitely great to see. Weather stations increased insanely. Oh yeah, especially with Michael Snyder pushing those tempests for sure. Yeah, I know. For Vancouver, there's a page called Vancouver and the Lower Mainland Weather Page. It's run by a guy named Ryan Voutilainen that lives up in that area. Really nice weather page for Vancouver and the Lower Mainland. You guys in that area want to go check that out. Again, Vancouver and the Lower Mainland weather page run by Ryan Voutilainen. There's a little bit of a breeze outside now. We're starting to get a little bit of a something out here. It's not too eventful, but it is finally something. Ooh, that's loud. All right, let's check a few things out. Yeah, Facebook audience. Most of you guys are heading out. Hey, Snohomish River at Snohomish flood warning has been canceled. So they canceled the flood warning again for the Snoqualmie near Carnation and the Snohomish at Snohomish. Good news, as a lot of those alerts have been in effect for quite a long time. Educating everyone at work on all of this as I learn it all. Good. Awesome. I think this is one of those intermittently reporting stations too, so it probably only does once an hour. It just does. It's going to be stuck on Gust 49 for a while. Yeah, just waiting to see if anything picks up over the next hour. That's really about it. It's pretty much what the stream's going to be about the next hour, is just watching current observations, you know? Maybe answering questions if people have them as well. Yeah, just some isolated rain showers here in the South Sound, moving into the foothills right now. But outside of that, we're pretty much dry around the area. I think radar's possibly beginning to pick up on some of these winds, though. Possibly. Yeah, this is still about 4,000 to 6,000 feet up, but it is finally starting to show some wind coming down the strait. Finally. Just a little late to the party. Right now, models showing the wind making it into Whidbey Island by 5 p.m. Ooh, what is this? I don't think that's right. I think we just have all of these malfunctioning stations. I believe that's a terrain enhanced one, probably. It's right down there off the beach, so probably reading awfully high. Okay, flood watch. They put Lewis County back into the river flood watch. The Lewis County, you are now once again under a flood watch. Again, I'm almost 100% sure this is an erroneous reading for the coast right there along the Puget Sound. It's right there along the beach. If you get a southerly wind in just the right place, this is again right along the beach. You can definitely funnel some bigger winds in here, so that most likely is an error. You see, the station up the street here is only reading 30. There's another one up here only 34, so I'm pretty sure that's an error. It's already our 5th or 6th station reading crazy numbers today. Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, Uchenna. Something to be said, though, about the terrain-enhanced winds. Yeah, right there along the beach in the lower elevation, you're definitely going to get some wind funneling from south to north. So that isn't going to be the most reliable station by any means. I would believe the station that's more up, like, exposed on the hilltop in West Seattle than right down along the beach there. So most likely, I'm 99% sure that's an error. We've already had 5 or 6 of those today. Just unusual. One to 2 feet of snow coming to the passes. That will make Connor happy. Round snow today. Yeah, I think Connor said he's going to go down the Mount Hood tomorrow, if I recall correctly. I think Connor's blasting south right now. Yeah, looks like I-90's turned to rain at the pass. Look at that Connor stream. Yeah, it turned to rain down there. Not surprising, though. Not surprising. See, weather under map. Pretty rough in Centralia right now. Any idea when it will let up? Are you talking about rain or wind down there? If we're talking rain, we're in kind of the dry spot. So if you're talking about the wind, I'm not seeing much wind down there. But let's look at what the personal gauges have to show. Centralia area, I'm not seeing much for wind at this time. So you must be in a very localized area getting some wind right now, if that's the case. But again, these stations are not the most reliable. A lot of these are installation error. See, all of these are showing different wind directions. Which one do you believe? Most likely none of them, right? They're all showing different. There's no trends. Why I never used the weather under map for diagnostic use. Look, see that reading dropped off the map there. Been raining buckets. Okay. Wonder if the Portland radar picks it up any better. It's mainly Cowlitz County South is still getting the deluge of rain right now. Look at that. Just a complete deluge of rainfall. But meanwhile, once you cross into Lewis County, is it windy where in the PNW, including Oregon? This is such a miss if so. It's been windy up in the Northwest waters, which was to be expected. But outside of that, it's been a dud. Okay, we have a different station now reading 36. This one seems to be a little more reliable. At least it has the wind direction right. So 4:10 p.m., southwest winds 17 miles per hour, gust to 36 in Snoqualmie here by the golf course. That seems a little more believable than the 44 we saw earlier. Considering the station's reading the wind direction backwards as well. Breezy in McCleary all day. Rain stopped after about 1 p.m. Pouring from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m.-ish before it all went quiet. Yeah, and as I said again, the heaviest rain around the area, the heaviest steady progressive rain should be done. And will likely be done through the weekend. Robin's asking, is the wind supposed to pick up? Supposed to, but not doing a great job showing the modeling right now. Yeah, it keeps backing off on the westerly surge too. Wonder what the models are seeing that we're not seeing right now. Yeah, the pressure gradient is not impressive whatsoever. That's part of the reason why there were red flags on this event days ago when it first showed up in the models. We have a very wide spaced out isobars here. There's no close range high pressure to really exacerbate the spacing on these isobars. The difference between low and high pressure. It's really just the low pressure all by itself. So there's not that tight of a pressure gradient anywhere around this low pressure system. So yeah, it's pretty deep. It's around 986, 985 millibars. But you've only got around the 5 to 6 millibar gradient across the entire state, which is not much at all. Pressure rise is going to be little to none compared to what we saw yesterday morning. That we've known about. This is a matter of if we have any locally terrain-enhanced wind, pretty much. Breezy, but not bad at all in Preston. Yeah, just down the street from you here in Snoqualmie, or just down the highway from you, you just got a 36 mile per hour gust, which again, nothing to run home about. We got 46. Starting to get something here in Everett now. Something, but it's not much again, but it is something. Biggest gust of the day so far in Everett. Yeah, things have really calmed down up here. Like really around the area in general, they haven't done too much. Just about to say my pine trees are occasionally rocking in Olalla. Hey, funny. Yeah, Adrian's also in Olalla, and Sherry just answered the question. Or just saying, Adrian's just saying a statement that Olalla is getting active. So yeah, Adrian and Sherry are both in the same general area up there. Both reporting similar conditions. But again, these NWS stations are far and few around the area. So some areas get missed. Like with the recent wind events, I have people in Bellevue asking what the wind speeds are there because they heard trees falling, and it just wasn't showing anything for Bellevue because they're spaced around Bellevue but not in Bellevue. These stations that I use for more official diagnoses, like these ones aren't spaced close together. Ooh, there's 30 finally here at Browns Point. Still nothing up the hill here. When do you think Port Angeles will get the west wind switch? Models are showing within the hour. But I'm not seeing any stations switch over the west. You can check out the wind barbs here. It's a little bit better. You usually want these to switch to out of the northwest to really have a definitive idea. See, the pressure in this area is sub 990, which is a sign we have good low pressure, but not a very strong gradient south of it. So I'm expecting within the next hour, I'd say within the next hour easily, when that front comes through, we should have the switch over the west. Now you see down here through the sound for the most part, we're still out of the southwest or out of the south. A little bit out of the southeast if you're over the water here, but we have not had that wind shift yet. But it should be within the next hour, maybe hour and a half. I'd say hopefully by game time we have that wind switch. Got a good gust through Olalla, some good size widowmakers exiting the trees. Got back from my walk, getting breezy in Browns Point. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, Browns Point just gusted to 30. Breezy in Everett, but nothing much, says Sonia. Yeah, I believe you, for sure. Ooh, my neighbor just backed in. Ooh, boy. It sure is going to take a while for me to get my sleep schedule back on point after this. The westerly surge wind gust prediction increasing. No, it's not increasing right now. It's staying around the same. Still looks like around 45 to 50 for Whidbey, starting sometime around 5 o'clock. Windy in Silverdale, thank you, Emily Rose Gregson, for the heads up. Yeah, again, not seeing anything super impactful around the area. We're just going to be now casting the rest of this stream. I'll be streaming until 5 p.m. and then after that, it's game time. No more stream. And just a heads up, likely not expecting a stream until next week. I'll be taking, unless any big breaking news happens or any huge flips to the forecast, I won't be streaming the rest of this week. I'll be taking this weekend off. Robin says, really appreciate you. Sure thing. Glad to be here for you guys. But yeah, again, I'm going to be wrapping up the stream here by 5 o'clock. And right now, that will be the last stream for the week. Okay, so 7 minutes ago, Everett gusted to 40. Max gust 46 so far. Yeah, it's really slow. It's taking its sweet time to get going, if it even does at all. But it keeps downtrending Seattle. It keeps pushing the wind back also. But still has Seattle getting 45-mile-per-hour gusts right around game time, right around the start of game time. Winds are starting to feel near the level they did the other night. Must be experiencing some type of microclimate. Possibly, yeah. Because I have no branches moving outside whatsoever. Must be a very localized feature in your area. Very localized. Right. The 23Z is almost done, and then the 0Z will render. But by about that time, it should be pretty much useless. Again, the 23Z HER here shows the westerly surge hitting Whidbey Island by 5 p.m. within the hour. It would have already had a 54-mile-per-hour gust at Victoria, which not even close. Starting to pick up there in Hansville, though. But really, just non-eventful right now. Yawn. Am I right, everyone? Little yawn for the weather gods today. Check BSC, see if they're below 25,000 yet. Not quite, no. Still trying to get East Pierce back on. South Whidbey as well. South Whidbey got whipped yesterday morning. Absolutely ramshackled by that wind. I think I heard there were 4 substations offline South Whidbey. I believe that. Looks like some more rain trying to make it in. It's going to be fairly light though, but there are some showers making it into the South Sound. Again, fairly light in nature. Olalla getting breezy, nothing too bad. So we now have 3 people watching from the Olalla area, and one of them reporting big wind. The other saying not much at all. Yeah, yawn for everyone, but whatever part of Olalla you're in, for sure. You must be in one heck of a microclimate, sir. That's all I gotta say. Because all of the stations around you are reporting basically zilch at the moment. Definitely looking like, 38 up there. That's interesting. Right now, if we were to end this wind event right now, it would be a bust. A mom paid $4,000 to get some trees cut up in your yard. They aren't even that big. Personally, a ripoff. Oh yeah, that sounds like a total ripoff. Only thing that could justify that price is labor costs, or if they're paid by the hour and not the job. But outside of that, yeah, ripoff for sure. Okay, we got a new forecast discussion. We can read that here while we're passing the time. Series of weather systems will move across western Washington over the next week, keeping the unsettled conditions ongoing across the area. These unsettled conditions could see periods of lowland rain, mountain snow, and breezy conditions at times throughout the weekend and into the early half of next week. Just skimming through some things here. Southerly winds will remain elevated this afternoon around 25 to 35. Occasional gusts 45 to 50 possible at times throughout the interior through this evening. Winds will ease by tonight. The surge of westerly winds through the strait will keep areas like Whidbey Island breezy overnight. The aforementioned system will continue to shift southward on Friday, but conditions still remain unsettled. Lowland rain, mountain snow, locally breezy conditions. Long term is very short. Ensemble forecasts are in generally good agreement in upper level troughing over the Pacific Northwest through the first half of next week. Additional systems look to move over the area, keeping unsettled conditions over most of the area. These systems generally remaining on the weaker side, which is good for us. Very good for us. Is the new windstorm? I don't think this is going to be a windstorm. You know, I personally, even when I put my forecasts out, I haven't bothered to call it a windstorm. No, yesterday morning that was a windstorm. Tonight, I wasn't anticipating anywhere close to a windstorm. Strong winds maybe at times, but I'm not calling it a windstorm. It's too soon for that. Yeah, the rain could be causing some of the winds to come down to the surface. Yes. Absolutely. We want $6,000 to take them down. Oh, man. Yeah, no thanks on that. Depending on the job, I own a small company. If anyone has tree work they need, I recommend getting 3 estimates. Check in to make sure they are insured to do tree work. Hey, good call. Lyle Painter on Facebook, if you guys want to check him out. Yeah, pretty much just waiting to see if we get any big wind before game time, but not looking great right now. Just look at all the gale warnings and the small craft advisories in effect. The wind advisory, flood watch, winter storm warning, winter weather advisory, wind advisory. Landslide threat will remain high through at least Friday. AKA tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Flood watch remains for King, Pierce, Thurston, and Grace Harbor County due to elevated river levels, especially rivers downstream of dam operations. They said for that reason, the flood watch has been updated to include Lewis County into this weekend, specifically for the Mayfield Dam downstream. Yeah, these wind gusts are really anemic here around the Sound right now. They really are anemic. You know, as I said, you usually don't get two windy days to verify next to each other. Usually one verifies, the other is a bust. That's how history has proven to be in this area. Can't always rely on consistent forecasting. Ooh, had to pop my knee there for a second. Now, we're not even seeing anything over Whidbey right now. It's like the westerly surge is taking its time. Judging by our luck, it'll probably be like after dark when that picks up, and it will blow the model predictions out of the water. Judging by our recent luck that we've had with the models. Yeah, right now, her 3km 23Z run shows the winds hitting Whidbey Island by 5 p.m. I just don't see that happening right now. Yeah, 6K is crazy. 100%. It is insane. It's just not going on right now. And see, we're gusting to the mid 30s here at the airport. A little bit higher up here in the foothills, but outside of that, not very much. Some gusty winds over Payne Field. That's about it. I'm gonna go shut my window real fast. Credible to me, everywhere but here seems completely calm. Heard a large crash on the upper butt of the property. Going to have to investigate. Very fascinating. Ooh. That No, that's not the station that was reading crazy earlier. This looks like a more reliable station. Yeah, gust to 46 in Snoqualmie just now. And this is an area that's usually sheltered by Rattlesnake Mountain. It's getting these winds out of the southwest. Doesn't take much for winds to loop around the mountain or go up and over the mountain and then down into the valley. That does happen at times. But yeah, a pretty decent sized gust for that area. Yeah, maybe more once that front moves through. You know, as we saw when the front came through late Tuesday night, early yesterday morning, a lot of people thought that was it. And then that pressurized hit and it gave everybody a huge wake up call. But then again, this pressurized is not going to be significant. It's not going to be nearly as significant. This is why I held off on calling this a windstorm. You know, there's just no signs that show it being a widespread, impactful windstorm. But yet no other stations around that area picking up that gust. Again, it could be terrain enhanced, it could be improper installation. We see this a lot from stations, especially around here. Just breezy in Enumclaw. Yeah, Enumclaw was getting pretty breezy earlier, but since then, nothing. It's a complete nothing burger at the moment. Now we are perfectly calm, short-lived, but oddly high winds very locally. It does sound odd. But I believe you. I certainly believe you. If you heard a tree come down, I'm not going to question you one bit. Yeah, it seems like the only areas really gusting right now are some of the foothills in King County and Everett. That's really about it. Not much more outside of that. Even Whatcom County is down below 40 miles per hour. And the coast isn't doing jack squat at the moment. At the very least, I can assure you the front has passed central Vancouver Island. I just don't think the front's made it onto the coast yet. I think the HER is way too ahead on the timing. Somewhere just gusted to 40. Yeah, but this one recorded a high 66 earlier. which was likely to be an invalid reading. So I'm going to take that reading with a grain of salt. 40 is more believable than 66, though, I will say. I believe the 40 over 66 any day. Temu stations, yet still approved by NOAA and the NWS to be on their site. Isn't that lovely? Starting to get windy, Maple Valley, Black Diamond. Thank you, Ocean Waves, for the heads up. Lots of active winds, wind gusts in Kirkland, Bellevue area. Enough wind, we're putting our horses in the barn for the night. Yeah, I think for some restart. For some areas, the winds are just late onset. 2 80-foot tall Douglas firs that have 2 splits growing out of about 30 feet up. Someone topped them way before we bought the property. See, even Everett dropped off the map, so wind's calm in Everett right now as well. Just a heads up, guys. Stream's going to wrap up here in 20 minutes. We're going to wrap up at 5 o'clock for game time. Just hope the winds aren't super impactful on the game tonight. You know, we need our kickers and we need to throw the ball. Can't have any interruptions to that, or else it's going to be a very long night for the Seahawks. Lost 3 trees at our property in Tokeland that we're going to have to clean up when we get down next. Yeah, that's a big time yikers, for sure. Yikers. Yeah, still no sign of the westerly surge. I'm just going to ask my weather friends for some intel, see what they're seeing up there. 44 at West Point just now. It's a pretty sizable gust, and that's been a reliable weather station, although it only records once an hour. But it's been a fairly reliable weather station, so I'm not really going to question that. That is right around what the models are showing for that area, so not bad right now. If that's a true estimate, then that's not that far off. If we're being honest here. Again, in case you guys wanted to see it. That's pretty darn close. But for the rest of the area, not quite. Hey, Ashley, thank you for becoming a Tier 2 member on YouTube. With everyone here away for the night as well, getting cold and animals acting strange. Yes, better to be safe than sorry, 100%. Very, very well said. Always be prepared. Do not take the win for granted. Even if it doesn't happen, it's just a practice run for the next round in case it does happen. Yeah, I guess the winds are just very local right now. I've heard some wind reports from certain parts of Olalla and Bellevue and a couple areas up north, but that's about it. Everywhere else has just been a nothing burger so far. Oh boy. Yeah, comments one more time. Lost a lot of fences in Paulsbo the other day when we hit 22. That was it. Yeah, that just tells you the power of super saturated soil. It doesn't take much at all to cause some serious damage. Combine that soil being super loose with close to 60-mile-per-hour gusts. It's no wonder East Pierce and lots of Thurston County got hit the hardest down here in the Sound. The South Sound in particular. They're still out of power at this time. Let's go check PSE one more time. Finally starting to go down a bit, but still, South Whidbey, East Pierce here. Still, the entire towns, Wilkeson, Carbonado, South Prairie, Burnett, parts of Buckley here, still out of power. The ETAs on a lot of these are 10 p.m. Robert Burton says, thanks for the great job streaming. Yeah, sure thing. It's going to be some well-deserved time off. I can finally start to get some things together behind the scenes here. Been a very long 2 weeks for sure. Very long 2 weeks, but man, has the grind been worth it. We have a huge audience now. We got monetization here on YouTube now. Things are definitely looking up for the future. 100%. The grind definitely worth it. Last wind put the top of a tree on our house. Caved in our equipment shelter. All the rain, it won't take much for these trees to lay down. Maybe like 5 miles per hour in Yelm right now. Part of me wants to just go home. Part of me has a weird feeling I should wait till the front has passed. Winds picked up here in Steilacoom, says Whitney Wenzel. Even with winds at 10 miles per hour, like Keith says, can take trees down because of the saturated soil. Yeah, and that's one reason why the NWS put out this wind advisory as a precautionary measure, too. Brad says, man, what a bummer, but also kind of happy. Yeah, a lot of people should be happy. We didn't, at least so far. It's a little too soon still to say that it's a bust. But so far, looking like a bust for a lot of us. Looked like it's a war zone at my mom's. Dad and I planted those trees when they were little. Ooh. Wow. 10 p.m. tomorrow. Hopefully, if we do get more wind, that doesn't change that. Rowdy Ray 69 says congrats. Thank you. Yeah, we're over 2,000 subs here on YouTube now, which is awesome. Honestly, it's really, really great. I couldn't thank you guys enough for all of the continued support. Now let's just hang around for a little while longer, see if we can get these wind gusts to pop up. And we're only going to be here for around 10 more minutes or so. At 5 p.m., I'm wrapping up the stream. I'm going to watch the game. Yeah, wow, we've gained almost 30 members. I think we may have already hit 30 members here on YouTube after the first 3 days or so of having memberships, which is insane. It's been so amazing to see you grow, hang out with familiar faces and friends. Ryan Roberts just said high gusts in Gold Bar. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, Gold Bar is one of those areas that was left out from the wind advisory today. So they're not expecting anything huge up there for Snohomish County in the foothills. They also left what looks like the foothills of Skagit and Whatcom County out as well. Just western Skagit, western Whatcom County, western Snohomish. Yeah, go Hawks, like Whitney says. Pine trees have been rocking occasionally. Thank you, Sherry, for the heads up. Yeah, yeah, like I said, glad to be here to help you guys. It's definitely going to be a well-deserved break time coming up. There's a lot of stuff I've fallen behind on, including, just including taking care of myself too. I've been putting the forecasting ahead of my personal well-being, which I shouldn't be doing, but I have been doing. So now I get the chance to go back and focus and fix some things. So Morgan Palmer is saying increasing gusts the next few hours. Just posted a video on X. Not sure where he's getting his info. When you get going, getting ready for the game. Sounds good, Keith. Have a great night. Thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, we shall see if this will be a late onset wind event or not. Or will it just be a blunder? The signs were there days ago that this could be a blunder. Which is why I wasn't really marketing today as a huge wind event. If you're a subscriber on Facebook, I talked about it a few days ago about how it could be that third punch in a 1-2-3 punch. But there were just some questions to be raised, Yeah, it's been a very long 2 weeks, but definitely worth it. 100%. I would definitely do it all over again, but without all the damage, for sure. Without all the flooding, without all the wind. Otherwise, I'd definitely do it all over again. All right. Pacific Northwest Hawk, welcome to Tier 2 channel support. Thank you for becoming a member here on YouTube. And again, right now, the only member benefits we have are the badges and early access to future videos at the moment. But still working on getting some of those things set up right now. And now that I will have the time to get some of those items set up, I'm still figuring out how I want to establish the membership base. Because I don't do much right now for briefing videos as it is, but eventually I do want to fire up those briefings again. But there's just a lot of people also doing briefings that it just doesn't make sense to do it every day. You know what I mean? Maybe we'll do once a week or twice a week video recorded briefings, and then possibly a live stream once or twice a week also. But I still haven't figured out a schedule for any of that. Ashley says, "Now the benefit is being able to support you so you can keep doing this. Thank you for the kind words." Yeah, even with all this going on, we still need a lot of help behind the scenes. Yeah, this is a boost to the income for sure, but it's not significant. We still need a lot of help behind the scenes, even during the downtime. Most of what we earn behind the scenes is during big weather events like this. Outside of that, I don't really make squat. But I hope we can change that here in the future with things like channel memberships, for example. Maybe I could start an extra video series outside of here talking about how the weather works. I contemplated doing that months ago when I first started doing this gig full time, but it never really materialized. There's just been a lot of distractions in the way that have prevented me from really following through with that. But I'm hoping we can eliminate those by the start of the new year. Next year's looking up for sure for Puget Sound Stormwatch. This year was huge. This was a game-changing year for Puget Sound Stormwatch as a brand and as a community as well. At the beginning of the year, I think we only had like 100-something subscribers, if even that, here on YouTube, and we only had around 4 to 5K here on Facebook, and now we're going on to 38K here very shortly. It's been a massive year, and I really couldn't thank you guys enough for all the support you guys have given. Yeah, just going to do a couple more checkups on the wind. Ooh, 41 here in index. And then after that, we'll begin wrapping things up just before 5. You know, if fate tempts us, we'll have the big winds come smack dab during the Seahawks game. Westerly surge is supposed to be hitting Whidbey by now, and it's not. You know, we're not seeing any significant wind through the strait at all. So it could be 2-3 hours later if it happens at all. That's the glory of weather forecasting here in Western Washington in particular. I use the word enigma a lot, and it checks out this time around. Snow for Christmas would be wonderful. Yes, it would. But highly unlikely at the moment. There's just a lot of things not going our way right now. A good 0Z's finally rendering. At 4 p.m., this already passed. Showing some strong winds over the central Puget Sound. Just didn't not quite work out. If that, what was that, a 44 here, actually checked out, then that's right on par with what the HER was showing over this area. It was also showing that over SeaTac too, and SeaTac just did not quite get there. I need to wait for the next frame to render to see what 5 p.m. shows, but right now it's just not looking good timing-wise. It's looking like a bust when it comes to the timing part, especially. You see, the HER started to pull it back just a tad bit for Whidbey Island. Just a tad. But just enough to really change the trajectory of things dramatically. That I prefer my type of updates, appreciate his honesty. Yeah, sure. For sure. Any wind's going to hit Enumclaw. What are your predictions for timing? Oh, hey there, Will. Sorry, I didn't see you at first. Yeah, good evening, William Gatlin. Yeah, Judy Ray says, I think we should all sign up for Anthony's monthly membership. It's not a lot of money per month for a live action weather service to get updated reports. Everyone follow what Judy just said. Honestly, I've been saying this number loosely because I don't really like to talk about finances to the people because it turns a lot of people off. You know, I've gotten some rude messages in the past from people saying that you shouldn't be asking for any money. This should be a completely free service. And, you know, I explained to them, I'm just like, you know, weather should be free, yes. But if you want to see weather from a particular person and want to support said particular person, then you should consider. You know, honestly, if we had 3,000 people donate just $1 per month, there would be no worries anytime soon about having to step down from this service full time. And we'd be able to have some extra funding to put into future developments. Like, for example, fixing my main vehicle, for example, to do chases. You know, that would be a huge thing. Fixing the vehicle, investing in Starlink, perhaps. Upgrading the technology here, like getting extra cameras, extra webcams to put around the area. You know, all of it would go into that. You know, I wish more people thought like that, but I'm not going to be greedy or selfish when it comes to that. I just appreciate what I have right now. You know, I got a roof over my head. I have food in my stomach. And I'm here with the viewer base right now. I have the ability to stream still. So I'm grateful for that, truly. Have a good night, all. Enjoy the game. Stay safe. If winds do start picking up, Ashley, have a great night. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, guys, that reminds me. We're going to be wrapping up here in just a minute. Almost game time. Through being a subscriber on Facebook, being here to cost me barely $6 per month. Less than a venti iced chai from Starbucks. Supporting local means everything. Yeah, support small businesses. Puget Sound Stormwatch, by definition, we are a small business. Even if it's a sole proprietorship, it is a small business. And I could use, honestly, all the support I could get right now, even during the slow times. You know, it's been an active 2 weeks. And I'm gonna be transparent with you guys when I say that, you know, I've made more money than I usually do during a slow month just over the last 2 weeks. You know, I'm gonna be transparent with you guys about that. There's nothing I have to hide from any of you. Yeah, thank you everyone for joining us. See you on the next stream. Yeah, we'll most likely look for a stream probably Monday or later on in the week sometime. But I do want to stream at least once per week during the slow season, just to have people come in for questions and answers at least once a week, maybe twice a week, perhaps. If a lot of people request it twice a week, we can do twice a week. But yeah, I know I've spent a lot of time behind the computer in the chair the last 2 weeks, and I've definitely been feeling it. So I really I really have to get up and start taking care of business behind the scenes here. But yeah, guys, I think that's gonna do it for tonight. It is 5 o'clock now. Let's do one last checkup on the winds. Again, not much going on. We'll just have to wait and see. You know, I'll be watching out for your reports during the game. But yeah, nothing too impressive right now. It's looking rather lethargic here around the Sound. I wasn't anticipating this to be a high-end event anyways. More like a moderate-end event. But yeah, guys, I think that's going to do it for tonight. So Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Hope you all enjoy the game. Of course, a little Go Hawks. And that about wraps up all that I have to say tonight. Again, appreciate the donations. Thank you guys for subscribing on Facebook, for buying memberships here on YouTube. Again, I'm going to try to figure out over the next week or so what I want to do with these memberships. Is this strong win for BC? Hey there, Mark Skelton, you came in right at the very end. Not really translating much to strong wins for BC. It's been pretty blustery off the straight, but not much working its way in the Vancouver Island. Wasn't anticipating this to be a huge Vancouver Island or BC event. More so just Western Washington in general, but it's just not panning out so far. You know, the westerly surge still hasn't happened yet. It should already be hitting Whidbey. It's not. Central Sound, not doing too much at all. Still a little too soon to say it's a bust. If things don't happen by tonight at around 8 o'clock, I'd say, then we can officially say it's a bust. But if it's a bust, I'll definitely make a post addressing it. And I'll have to apologize to a lot of people. Oh, we have a flood warning for the Cowlitz at Randall. Minor flooding is forecast. Cowlitz at Randall, late tonight, Saturday morning. Not a huge deal, but for any of you guys along the Cowlitz River near Randall, just be advised of some minor flooding tonight. Yeah, thank you guys all for tuning in. Have a great night. Hopefully those winds stay lethargic around the area. We can't afford any more setbacks. The weather. But the good news is a slightly more settled weather pattern is expected to set in to Western Washington and surrounding areas. We're not looking at any atmospheric rivers over the next week right now that I can see. Any strong model guidance. And not seeing much for wind either. Again, great news. And finally allow these rivers and this whole ecosystem on the west side to recover from it. Yeah, guys, that's going to wrap up the stream for today. I appreciate you all again for coming on. Let's welcome all of our new members. And you guys all have a great night, and go Hawks. Anthony signing off. See you guys.